Mic check. Mic check, mic check. Good morning, suckers. Good morning, Paul. All right, so we did get some data around 8:15. U.S. private sector job growth lowest in about 2 years. So the ADP numbers are reflecting that. Private business in the U.S. added 37,000 workers to their payrolls in May of this year, the lowest since March of 2023, compared to a downwardly revised 60,000 in April and forecast of 115K. So what does that all mean? Well, from a technical and fundamental picture just today, we are seeing yields drop suddenly. So weakness in the labor market is forcing yields lower. That's actually a good thing. You know, if we simply look at what the US 10-year yield has done this morning off of that number, take a look at that 5-minute drop there. 4-hour candle, boom, bearish, bearish breakdown. Hopefully the mic's all good this morning, guys. If you can hear me clearly, just put that thumbs up. Hopefully it's not crackly. So a really nice bearish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average for the US 10-year yields. And it's breaking a key upsloping support trend line. So this is very, very troublesome for the yield market. Bullish for bonds, likely bullish for stocks. So we just got to keep our eyes on what yields continue to do, because we want them to go down. That's bullish for the stock market, but we don't want them to go down too fast. And then more importantly, you want to continue to watch that yield curve spread. The spread between the 10 and 2 is going to be ever so important. Okay? So as of now, we are seeing the 10-year yield down 1.21, 2-year yield down 0.94. Basically narrowing that inversion just a touch, but it's still okay. Thanks guys, appreciate that, thumbs up. So as of now, the markets have been a little mixed this morning. You've had the S&P going up, down, all around. Overall, I'm expecting the markets to continue pushing higher. Whether or not we just have an inside day consolidation, I think that if we dip in the pre-market here and test some of those low pivots around 595, we should get bought back up. Now there is always a scenario where this could be a little bit of a liquidity sweep as people chase the daily chart breakout. We have not confirmed a breakout on the daily chart yet of SPY, but we have confirmed it on the hourly chart. Okay? So market makers love to toy with people. I know a lot of people are bulled up, including myself. But that's the problem. When you get too aggressive to one side, often market makers sometimes smell that emotion and they like to put you back in check. So we took a bit of profits yesterday off some day trades and swing trades, but we're still net long, riding this momentum to the upside. It's just a matter of, in the short term, you know, over the next couple hour candles, do we get a retest of the neckline, or do we back test this main support area? Time will tell. So as of now, SPY is underneath the key moving average. I think any sort of a back test around 595 should be an area of interest. If you break that 595 zone, then you're likely going to be testing that 593 previous pivot high. Okay, and that would be also a very interesting level to go long, around 593. So there are numerous support levels in and around this breakout zone of SPY. We did have some earnings across the board, but some of your most active stocks in the pre-market, NVDA of course, Tesla, Plug Power, Palantir, Lucid, Hood, SMCI, Starbucks, Apple, Intel, ChargePoint, EA, Southern Co, Coinbase, CrowdStrike, HP, AMD, T-Mobile, NextEra Energy, and SoFi Technologies. Those are some of your most active in the pre-market. So we'll continue to look at some of those, and we'll pull up some of those charts for you. Just going to flip to my main chart here. So let's look at CrowdStrike, CRWD. I was looking to trade that in the pre-market yesterday, but it never officially hit my level. We are gapping down quite substantially. So we're trading currently at 450.56. That is down sharply on the session. Let's see what the low in the pre-market is. Yeah, so we're almost trading at the pre-market low. So that's how you often know a stock is probably going to continue to bleed a little bit lower intraday, is based off of the pre-market action. Is it catching any bids? Obviously it did catch a pre-market bid yesterday. A nice day tradable bounce from 452 and change to about 465. That's a huge bounce, and now it's completely erased all of those gains and going lower now that people are waking up and seeing CrowdStrike missed its earnings, at least missed the revenue side. Earnings per share beat it. So the level that I think we can go long on CRWD. So on the daily chart of Crowd, okay, we're just going to keep this simple. We have the 20-day moving average sitting roughly around 447. So 447 Pierce is the 20-day moving average. And then just below that is where I'm looking at scalping a long on CRWD. So if you take a Fibonacci retrace tool from that main pivot low reversal candle on April 7th all the way to your recent high pivot before this earnings gap down, 446.02 is your first 236 Fibonacci retrace. Morning, Georgiana, welcome. Pleasure to have you back in the commentary here. So back to CrowdStrike. CRWD 446.02 looks intriguing because you have the 236 Fibonacci retrace. So that's your first major bullish Fibonacci retrace level. You have the 20-day moving average, which it would be a pierce of that zone. And then you also have these multi-pivot highs of consolidation right before you had an impulse green candle breakout. And then you have that previous pivot high in February. So I'm looking at CrowdStrike around 446. Okay, 446 is a day trade long. And because this is an earnings gap down, I'm probably just going to go in with common shares. You know, if you're looking to trade options, maybe just choose an at the money strike with, you know, if you're looking for a bounce end of week, I guess that would be the only option, or even a week or two out. But I wouldn't hold those options because CrowdStrike, with this technical breakdown, I mean, CrowdStrike could potentially be going back to about 393. We'll see how it responds. I think the only helpful aspect is that the market is in a little bit of a breakout zone, so maybe this name will get bought up slightly. Okay. And if you guys throw up any tickers, I will take a peek at them. So again, we're all here as a collective to scan the markets and look for trade setups this morning. So feel free to put any tickers in the chat box, Telegram group. You can message me directly, YouTube. You can put them in the chat box there. So feel free. Alright, so I'm just writing this CrowdStrike level down because I like it a lot. I'm just going to run through, before I look at individual names, I'm just going to run through, obviously the yields are breaking down sharply, bearish crossover of that 7 and 20 on the 10-year yield. We discussed that a little bit earlier. If you take a look at natural gas is still just hovering right at this breakout zone on the daily chart. So really no touch there for me for natural gas. I still think natural gas is going to go lower, but it seems to be consolidating as if it wants to break a little bit of a bull flag pattern here. But really it's in just no man's land, kind of a 50-50. Look at the Dixie. The Dixie is looking like it's trying to melt lower here. Bearish crossover, an attempt at recovering, got absolutely slammed and rejected, and now it's going to melt down. You know my target has been around $97, a Pierce of 97 on the DXY. Gets me somewhat interested in potentially going long. Let's take a peek at gold this morning. So gold is getting a slight bid, obviously with yields down and the Dixie up. Gold is trying to basically hold a bull flag consolidation. It's a very premature bull flag, so we'll have to wait and see how that shapes up. Alright, let's quickly take a peek at silver. Silver is down about 0.5%. Also an attempt at a bull flag. Now, the question on silver is, you're right at this previous pivot high on the daily chart. Good morning, JP. Alright, so you're right at this previous double top pivot high. If this turns to be a failed breakout on silver, because we haven't got the daily confirmed signal, silver is going to melt down to about, well, first support would be around 31.80, and then second support would be around 29.60. So we have to watch the silver. Give silver the benefit of the doubt because it has broken out in bullish alignments. Moving averages are curling up, but we just need to be mindful that it hasn't confirmed daily chart breakout, just like the markets have not. Alright, IWM had a whopping 1.61% to the upside yesterday, but it's still lagging relatively compared to the S&P and the Qs. Believe it or not, out of the three main indices, the SPY is the strongest currently speaking. Notice that SPY is above its previous little high pivot on May 19th. IWM is below its previous pivot, and the Qs are also holding steady above its pivot. So Qs and SPY are definitely are showing relative strength compared to the Russell. But the Russell's forming a nice pattern on the daily chart that looks kind of intriguing. Bitcoin's really in no man's land as well. It's struggling immensely here. Losing 105 again. Bitcoin did get that bearish crossover on the daily chart of the 7 and the 20, so that signal is likely telling us downside. Just like we got the bullish crossover here roughly on April 14th, Bitcoin had a massive surge to the upside. We're getting that bearish crossover. Now the question is, do we have one more spike higher as an attempt at another failed breakout and then a move lower? Or is this kind of the topping distribution phase? All I can say is that there is signs of distribution in Bitcoin up at these levels, so we just have to be mindful. The only positive is that stock market is trending to the upside still. The Dixie is trending to the downside, so Bitcoin can still remain firm. As of now, BTC is just trading in a wedge pattern. It hasn't given us the definitive signal. A lot of people like to front run these patterns, these head and shoulders, which Bitcoin does appear to be forming on the daily chart. But I just urge a little caution. It has not triggered this head and shoulders formation yet, and it's still holding some higher lows. So this is still a very strong asset to short. But it's getting there. It's getting there. Probably within 30 to 60 days, Bitcoin will have a big fall to the downside. Okay, let's look at NVDA, some of the mega caps real quick. NVIDIA is surging in the pre-market, up another about 80 cents. This stock just is the gift that keeps on giving. We obviously took some profits off of our 144 calls. We still have tons of time on those, the July 3rd calls. We took a nice chunk of profit, about 65% off the table yesterday, and we're looking to ride those into the money. I think NVIDIA is going to retest that pre-market high, which is above 144. Alright, Tesla right now is holding slightly green. Tesla's also on a knife edge. Tesla's one that this is really going to be your first major pullback, I think, into your 20-day moving average. I would buy Tesla into that 20-day moving average, which should correlate with this previous little low pivot zone. Okay, so I do like Tesla on the pullbacks as of now. It's still holding bullish structure. It's still holding above really the main key moving averages. You haven't got any sort of a bearish cross of the 7 and 20, so I think pullbacks can still be bought on this name. And then obviously you have a really defined stop loss around that 331 Pierce zone. Okay, Amazon's holding some bullish structure. This key moving averages of 7 and 20 are sloping to the upside with immense force. Let me just flip back to the regular session here. So the 7 and 20 did get a bullish crossover on Thursday of last week. So just keep that in mind that this stock is likely going to price higher. Amazon's a name that is really lagging the market. Notice that it's well below its previous highs. So this is a scenario where how high could these markets push if some of these mega cap names start to firm up. So Amazon could play catch up, and honestly it is on their watch for a long trade. I think Amazon's really going to be pushing into that 210 gap fill. So I do like Amazon for a long. Meta's just been a beast. A very strong candle breakout. This is one of also the stocks along with NVDA that's leading the charge to the upside. Nice little pullback yesterday, still holding above that main pivot zone around May 14th, so that's very bullish. I think that any sort of a dip on Meta, you're going to likely see some more accumulation. Okay. Google been struggling. I mean, this is a name that broke out. Let me just clear up these charts for us. So Google, just to keep things simple, obviously a big pullback into the 20-day moving average. You haven't officially tagged it, but this is a zone where I think it's good risk to reward to start accumulating some shares in Google. Google is still holding a little bit of a bullish breakout. I would like to see Google maintain above this 167, 166.50 zone. Okay. Worst case scenario, you keep your eye on that 20-day moving average. If it dips into that zone, I could be a potential buyer today off of a day trade. This is really the first dip into the 20-day moving average since we've broken out of this little bit of a basing consolidation range. And you can clearly see that there is a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders formation that has broken out of Google, which does point to higher price. Okay. SMCI, this is one that JP called out yesterday, and I was waiting for an entry, but the market really just didn't give us anything. I mean, we look at this 5-minute intraday chart, and we started looking at SMCI roughly around here, around that 42 mark when JP called it out. He got in, which is amazing for him. I never ever officially took an entry because this thing just ran away and never gave me an entry. So SMCI is looking like it's going to be a one-way freight train to the upside. I think that semiconductors are trying to regain some of their leadership in the market, and that's kind of what we're seeing with NVIDIA. And then obviously if NVIDIA rises, it's going to lift the whole SOX and SMH boat as a whole. So I really think that SMCI is probably going to keep trending higher here. A nice 2-bar surge on the daily. What comes after a 2-bar surge? Often a technical pattern, a 3-bar surge to the upside. So I think SMCI's next main resistance, if we look at the weekly chart of SMCI, draw a trend line down from your main pivot high on March 2024 all the way down to this pivot high in February, and we get a clear resistance zone which puts SMCI roughly around, call it 47 to 48 bucks, just depending on how fast we get there. And SMCI is on watch for that breakout. So we got that breakout on the hourly chart, which was confirmed. This is a name, again, any sort of a pullback likely will be bought. So notice the theme, a lot of names, pullbacks will likely be bought. All right, let's take a peek at crude oil here. Down slightly, down by about 0.19%. WTI crude is also showing some signs of accumulation in and around this range. Potential little inverse head and shoulder off of a bull flag pattern. Right now, if crude oil dips back into the 61.80 zone, it's probably a good risk to reward day trade long. So keep your eye on some of those names. XOM gapping up slightly today, looking like it wants to break off of its bull flag pattern. You have XLE also forming a nice little bull flag pattern. This is one that we've traded over the past couple sessions and netted tremendously on the trade. So nice job if you're able to catch that with us. Let's look at some of the fan favorites here. So HIMS, we caught that beautiful short yesterday off of the 65.92 zone. We banked over 4%, but if we had held, it would have been a 16.9% day trade. Massive. I still like HIMS as a long trade. I'm looking really at the zone of, call it around 53 Pierce. I think we could scalp long. OKLO 49.50. Wow, that one also broke down. OKLO I would probably consider around 48 Pierce. Okay. But those are some risky names. They're not really my top-notch movers. Considering there's not much movement in the stock market, obviously the indices are really flat today. I'm not really going to chase anything. I think that CrowdStrike is one of the main ones. If there's any other tickers you guys want me to look at, again, feel free to put them in. We can take a peek. And we'll see if we can find any sort of a trade setup. Let's just see if anything else has changed on these pre-market movers. So again, CrowdStrike, Paul is saying VCIG, Jay is saying AI. Let's take a look at VCIG. Yeah, so you're trying to bottom fish this stock, okay? VCIG, so VCI Global, commercial services, average volume 1.16 million, so it just meets the threshold. 8.62 million market cap. I mean, this name is just a micro. So I really don't like discussing this one, but let me see the track record of the stock, how long it's been around for. 2023, so it has some data behind it. But obviously it's right down here, dead in the water, getting a nice little pop, but in the grand scheme of things, is it really much? Not really, but you're probably going to be running into some resistance here around this 20-day moving average, which is sitting around 380, 385. I don't like to chase a name like this because it's probably just some sort of a pump and dump liquidity scheme. I would be more inclined to short this, but shorting a market cap of 8.62 million, I would never do that because it's just not prudent. Tough trade there, Paul. Tough trade on that one. AI for JP. Yeah, AI, I still like it. I'm still very bullish. Obviously, we've been layering into some bullish calls with some farther date expiries. So I still think AI is a name that's probably going to retest its highs, that earnings spike high. A name like this that had an impeccable earnings report, a double beat across the board, a huge spike to the upside. It fulfilled our inverse head and shoulders target. You went right into this upsloping resistance parallel channel, but I still think it has more gas in the tank and likely probably going to trend for the next couple months as long as the markets stay firm. Okay. Anonymous, boring, but is PEP building a base? You know, I have looked at PEP over the last couple weeks, and I do think it is building a base. I like it. I like it a lot. So PEP is holding that double bottom, which is what I really like. You've actually got a nice little bullish divergence on the daily chart. Let's just look at the weekly chart, and then an even bigger bullish divergence on the weekly chart. So PEP is a one for the long-term hold. You're not going to get some crazy moves, but it's into a massive support zone. So I agree with PEP. It definitely is building a base. I mean, you look at this trend line going all the way back to 2009. Basically the end of your GFC sell-off. 1 pivot, 2 pivot, 3 pivot, 4 pivot. So you have 4 major collapses in Pepsi stock. And that's your 2009, your 2015, your COVID drop, and then this massive sell-off. So accumulating down here for PEP is absolutely wise. You take, if you take upside calls even a year or two out, you're probably going to get them in the money. Call it $150 calls, 1 or 2 years out. If you want to be a little bit more aggressive, 158, 160 calls. If you take common shares down here and you just tuck them away, you wake up in a year and you're probably golden. SPY's actually starting to perk up here in the pre-market. Very cool. Yeah, so I do like PEP, absolutely. And simultaneously, I just noticed on PEP, look what you're getting. Look what actually just happened yesterday. After yesterday's bullish price action, you got a bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average. Very good price action there. So it's 9:03. Any other tickers you guys want me to look at? I'll just keep scrolling through a few names. Let's look at CoreWeave, CRWV. Wow, this name is just squeezing back to the upside. All right, CoreWeave has a pretty strong bearish divergence on CRWV. I'll look at Palantir after CoreWeave there. Wow, this CRWV chart is just impeccable. You know, this is actually setting up a bit of a short here on CoreWeave. It's high risk short. It's a very high risk short, but it's definitely setting something up. That's for sure. This is a risky name to really trade against, but it could definitely short. I think there's a short setup on CoreWeave. Nice little gap up today. It's up about 4%, just over 4%. Very crazy. Let's look at Palantir. Daily chart right now. Palantir is obviously trying to break out with the market. You've had 2 attempts at a daily chart breakout over the last 2 sessions, and really you haven't been able to get above that level. So Palantir, you just have to be careful because it's shown twice an attempt at breaking out and it hasn't been able to do so. I still think that if the indices push higher, this name's obviously going to break out and trend with the market. But there's minor signs of distribution up here. And I think that the market makers might try to pull it back just a touch here before they officially push it higher. But one could argue there's definitely a strong case for a ascending triangle pattern, which is a high probability bullish pattern. You can clearly see on my 4-hour chart. Main pivot low, ascending triangle, flat top bottom. Sorry, flat top over here. This is likely going to try to break out, but the question is, do we make one more little pullback into the lower upsloping trend line of the ascending triangle? We'll see. Now, my main upside target, if Palantir were to get through this high pivot zone, let's see if we can find some resistance. Take a look at the trend line here. Pretty cool. Let's see where Palantir wants to try to go. I'm just seeing if I can find any sort of resistance pivots, trend lines. So once Palantir breaks out of here, it's going to about 145 to about 149. Call it 145 to 150, $5 range. That's probably where Palantir, and this is an upsloping target, so if it takes longer with smaller and smaller grinding moves, then obviously the price target can readjust and go higher. But it does look very, very bullish, that's for certain. Let's go through some of these most active pre-markets. Since we've covered all of the chat questions, and if there's any other questions relating to macro, bonds, yields, currencies, feel free to give me a shout, guys. But so far, really the big one that on watch for me is CoreWeave, and then I'm looking at maybe Google, for a dip into that 20-day, and then we'll just have to wait and see from there. No problem, JP. So we're going to look at Plug Power, PLUG, trading sub $1, 92 cents. Plug Power does look like it's put in a bit of a base here. You got that bullish crossover, a nice check back. This name's probably going to try to retest this high pivot liquidity zone around $1.19. So Plug Power, keep that one on watch. That one probably could fly with the market. High flying name. So we've discussed PLTR. Let's look at SMCI again. Yeah, SMCI, another name that I think is going to push higher. A dip back into... You know, if SMCI dips back into its gap fill, if at any point today SMCI fills its gap around that 43.19, 43.18, I would consider going long there. So I'm going to keep that gap fill on watch for a bit of an entry, okay? So call it, let me just figure out this gap, 43.18, 43.17. I would consider going long this name, SMCI. I do like that chart. Let's look at Hood, H-O-O-D. Oh yeah, nice little gap up on Hood. Ooh, this is a short zone, guys. Okay, so Hood is definitely coming into a short target. I actually like this. It's a nice little gap up off of a 3-bar surge breakout. 1, 2, 3, and then you actually had a nice fourth reversal bar. So Hood is definitely on watch for a short trade. I like it up here. I'm just going to adjust my trend line a touch here. What puts on Hood? I don't really know what they're priced at yet, but this is probably even ready for a swing trade, guys. Short, swing trade short. It's risky, it's aggressive, but I definitely like Hood for a short trade. I'm gonna go at the open with common shares, and I might take a small position in some puts with about a month or two on the clock. Let me just see what we would be dipping into. So yeah, it's about a 9% drop there. Yeah, I like this a lot. I actually like it a lot. Alright, so I'd probably look at $67 puts and maybe look at July 25th strike, giving myself a bit of time on the clock. I'm just gonna search Hood here, see what we got. Saying TGL, Treasury Global launches a $100 million digital asset treasury strategy to power next-gen consumer intelligent platform. Wow, yeah, TGL absolutely ripping. Thanks for that chart, Paul. I'll take a look at TGL. But I'm looking at the option chain here for Hood, so what did I say, $67 puts, let's say July 18th. Just look at these. So there's only 65, so I'd have to narrow it in. I'd go $70. So as of yesterday, the $70 July 18th puts were around $5.18 for Hood. So they're gonna open up a little bit cheaper. So I'd be inclined to grab some of those, okay? So $70 puts July 18th for hood look somewhat enticing, but I'm going to go in with common shares off of the open for a day trade short. Do like that a lot. Yeah. Alright, so I'm just going to write that down, my target. I would love to see hood retest that pre-market high, but it might not. It might not. So pre-market high on hood is 74.73. We're trading almost $1 down from that level as we speak, but that's okay. All right, let's look at TGL. TGL absolutely flying to the upside. What was it, 43% there when you looked? Yeah, massive spike to the upside. You are into this wide range red bar reversal candle as well as this consolidated chop on the daily chart. But look at this name. Look at this tendency of this name. Every single pop gets sold into. You got sold into here, you got sold into there, you got sold into there, sold, sold, sold. This is a name that likely is going to get shorted right back down into the floor. Yeah, market cap 3.9 million, average volume 1 million. Yeah, this is a micro cap stock. It's just a liquidity pump and dump on this name. That type of an announcement. Maybe it goes higher from here, but is it off of its pre-market low? Let's see where it hit in the pre-market. Hit a high of 253, so maybe it does try to push a bit higher, but I wouldn't stay in this stock. If you're looking to go long, I would not stay in this stock, because obviously every pop, it ends up in a lower low. So just be mindful of that. All right, let's go back to our list here. So let's look at Lucid. Lucid is holding some technical support. Daily chart, upsloping trend line. It actually pierced that level. That was a little bit of a buy entry, that's for sure. Very weak chart though. You got that bearish crossover a few days ago. This one could get a little bit of a micro bounce, dead cat bounce, but it should probably go lower on the daily and weekly charts. So really that's a no touch for me. Let's look at Intel, INTC. Yeah, Intel is also another name that's just in bearish territory. You're back underneath these key moving averages. You did recapture the 7-day yesterday, but when you look at how the rest of the semiconductors are forming, and this name is just in a bear. I don't even like this base. This base looks like it's going to make another low on Intel. I mean, I've been caught on Intel. I've made money. I've lost money. It's a name that I've tried bottom ticking, but it just looks like it needs to go a little bit lower on Intel. INTC. If we made a new low, I would consider going long on a swing trade. So we have 13 minutes till the open. We can still analyze a few other names here. Apple is a name I'm still very, very bullish on. I still think that we're going to retest this upsloping trend line here. It's a name that really needs to play catch up to the likes of Microsoft, the likes of NVDA. It's lost its perch as the leading company. It's now the third largest company in the world, despite it generates more cash than really any other company out there. So it's still a stock that obviously isn't growing at a compounding growth rate as to some of these other companies, but nevertheless, it's still a cash cow. And its user base is phenomenally huge and likely not going anywhere for some time. But I'm still bullish on Apple. I like it a lot. You're about to get a potential daily crossover, bullish crossover of the 7 and 20. Hasn't happened yet on the daily chart, but it's getting very close. Another positive move to the upside. You're about to get it. Look what just transpired yesterday. A bullish crossover on the 4-hour chart of the 7 and 20. So that's a very, very key sign. Any sort of a back test here on Apple, I think a gap down today into that prior day high of 202.13 is a buy. So keep Apple on watch. I'd consider going long Apple at that 202.13 for some commons. Full disclosure, I'm already holding some calls and common shares for swing trade. It's Starbucks. Speaking of Starbucks, let me just go top up my coffee and then we'll run through a few other tickers. If there's anything else you guys are observing, again, we're here as a collective. Let's find these opportunities. Let's make another profitable live stream. Yesterday we absolutely crushed it. The day before we did extremely well. So let's keep this momentum going. Trade smart, trade safe, and try to make everyone some money on the stream. So Starbucks is gapping up slightly. It's up about 2 cents, so I wouldn't even call it a gap up. But nevertheless, this is another chart that's forming a bit of a basing formation, trying to look like to push higher. You've been kept in check once, twice. This is the third time you got slightly rejected yesterday. It does look like the next test of these previous pivot highs are probably going to break out. Dollar Tree is another one that we didn't look at. DLTR is the ticker. A high-flying candle yesterday, a breakout to the upside. It is seeing a bit of a retrace and back test today. But again, this is a name that likely is going to get bought on any sort of weakness dips. Considering we're so elevated, I would have to consider waiting for a decent daily chart pullback on Dollar Tree. But what a high-flying stock that is. Wow. Massive, massive move. Yields are still soft on the session. All indices are green slightly, with everything kind of performing in alliance. Qs and Russell and SPY are relatively the same. All mega caps are green except for Apple. NVDA is leading the charge at the moment to the upside. What else is new? Bitcoin's slightly down in the session but recapturing 105. You have a little bit of buying stepping into marijuana names. CGC seeing some growth. Boeing still holding steady and flying. That's also been another strong chart. And then before we open, we'll just go over some of the data. What's Paul saying here? These are not recommendations. I'm just pointing out because of a high 4-hour period of relative volume. Okay, I appreciate that, Paul. No, I know you've got some good algos running the volume checks. I do like that a lot. GCTK relative volume is at 589.6%. GCTK. GlucoTrack Inc. I don't even know what this stock does. Glucose? Health? Yeah. Could have figured that. Glucose is your carbohydrate. What carbohydrates turn into. Also, again, yeah, it is seeing an influx of volume for sure. Potential some activity there, but for those that like to play those penny stocks, there's certainly going to be some high flyers there. Let's look back at Crowd again. CrowdStrike, CRWD, that's still coming into target. Remember, I like a long, the Pierce of 446. I repeat, a Pierce of 446 long. S&P is slowly starting to grind higher here. That's very, very intriguing. I like it a lot. So I'm going to be watching Hood and CrowdStrike along with SPY. So I'm looking at a Hood short. and Oklo, how they gapped up yesterday. Hood could be one of those where it also gaps up and then cracks to the downside. So we'll watch that one. Just looking at what's transpiring today. So we had ADP this morning. That did drop yields quite substantially, with the number coming in at 37,000. We have Atlanta Fed President Bostich and Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook at the Fed Listens event. That's at 10:15. And then 9:45 and 10 a.m. So 9:45 we have the US PMI, Services PMI. And then we also have 10 a.m. ISM Services. And then 2 o'clock we have the Beige Book. So there are some market moving events potentially at 9:45 and 10. So as usual, just be mindful of those data sets. We could potentially see a bit of a dip lower. Again, all dips on SPY are likely going to get bought up. Continuation. So just to summarize things, I like dips on SMCI to buy. I'm looking at buying the dip on CrowdStrike at around 446. I'd have to see how it opens and gets into there. I'm also looking at a short right off of the open on Hood. Okay, so those are kind of the top 4 things I'm looking at. For a swing trade, Pepsi, like Anonymous said, is building an absolute fire base. So that's one that definitely is on watch. Alright, I'm just going to flip my charts back here. Let's get ready. 4 minutes till the open, guys. 4 minutes till the open. Flip the SPY to the 1 minute chart here. Buy trading at 596.66. Can we get 600 calls in the money by the end of the week? I would be a very happy man. XBI slightly green on the session. But don't come down. I want a short Hood. JP saying yes, you'll get 600 as I'm in 595. Amazing. Alright, get ready. Just getting hooded. I'm looking at a short crowd strike. I'm watching that as a long. Markets are open. Never get. Look at that dump on hood. Wow. Anyone that got in, you're already printing up almost $1.50. Come on, hood, get me back in. CrowdStrike still on watch. No trade yet on CrowdStrike, but it is coming into my level, my first level here on Crowd. SPY is going for another new high, breaking out here, 597s. Let's push it. Pumping it. SPY is pumping it. My oh my. So again, our hood, I never ever got filled, but hood short off the open has worked out so far, and this one's probably going to head to about $70.50 at the minimum. CrowdStrike is still on watch, but it's getting a bit of a buy the dip right now. So if we get too much buying pressure on Crowd, then I'm looking to not trade that name. But SPY is just an absolute monster, which is what we're discussing. CoreWeave, another one that I thought we should short off the open. That one's getting dusted off the open. So realistically, the strength in SPY is coming from mega caps turning the corner. Apple's still negative. SMCI boom. Wow, look at that SMCI boom. You're absolutely right, Sarfraz. JP, I hope you're still holding that. Guys from yesterday, I hope you're still holding that. Monster moves. What's this MCTR, guys? MCTR. Look at this name. What's the market cap on this bad boy? I'm looking at shorting something here. Market cap 503 million. Average volume 1.56. Yeah, this could be a short. Wow. Hood. Damn, I fucking missed that hood. That was my A+ trade setup, and look at that freaking dip. I hope someone caught that. But that moved quick. Holy, that moved quick. Micron also moving up here. Believe it or not, the S&P might be a bit of a short scalp opportunity. We're moving up a little bit too quickly. This is a little bit of an overzealous pump to the upside. Let me just isolate some shorts levels here. Qs are lagging, so SPY is definitely the strongest. Tesla dipping here. Apple struggling. Apple had a high wick spike and it's struggling to get up and going. HIMS another 5% to the upside. Jeez. CoreWeave still trying to come in. VCIG, that's coming down. APLD. Oh, look at that move on APLD. Huge spike on APLD. Alright guys, I'm going to look at maybe shorting APLD with some common shares. Not yet. I want to see it hit that high. SPY is just so strong to short right now. But it should come in. I'm seeing a little bit of distribution in some names. HPE, that's still holding steady. CoreWeave absolutely melting down. Hood, damn. How's CrowdStrike doing? CRWD, that, oof. CrowdStrike hit my Fibonacci level, guys. Anyone take that fill? Did anyone get that fill on CrowdStrike? It wicked down into that 447 Pierce zone. That was the entry. That was the entry and bounce. Look at this. Yeah, absolutely. I'm still holding my 600 calls, but 595s are printing. But guys, CrowdStrike hit my technical level. That Fibonacci retrace that we discussed in the pre-market. And it is bouncing off of that zone quite nicely. I did not get filled on crowd yet, but it did hit that level. I was looking at friggin' hood and CoreWeave. Alright, SPY is seeing a little bit of sellers here. Minor selling. Five-minute candle breakout on SPY. High risk setup here, guys. I'm shorting CoreWeave. I'm short CoreWeave 157.60 to 1/3 position. 157.60 common shares. 157.60. I'm short CoreWeave. Common shares. 157.60. I'm short CoreWeave. Nice job, Anonymous. Look at CoreWeave starting to come in, guys. We're starting to print on CoreWeave. Come on. You got a lot more downside. Anonymous doing well in his XBI. Look at CoreWeave coming in, guys. Look at CoreWeave coming in. S&P still strong. Look at that little dump on CoreWeave. We're already up about $3 on the trade. Come on, give us a little bit more. Go negative. Go negative. Come on, CoreWeave. Drop it. Drop it. So only one trade so far, which we're currently in. We're already up on the trade 1.74%, $2 and change. I'm looking for a cover target back to that gap fill. Come on. I want to get out of this trade in a few minutes. CrowdStrike still bouncing. Anyone took CrowdStrike off of that Fibonacci 20-day moving average, you're golden. You're in the money already by about $7, $6. CoreWeave's potentially forming a 15-minute hanging man candle. It's trying to push back up here again. I would add to CoreWeave basically every $2, so 159.60 would be my next add. And then 161.60. CoreWeave is looking nice, guys. CoreWeave is looking really nice. Here we go. Come on, meltdown. Meltdown, CoreWeave. Take us to the promised land. SPY still absolutely strong. Unrelenting. You can see the buy the dip momentum trying to maintain bullish price structure. Look at Apple, guys. Our 205 calls are printing. Let's go. APLD for heavy volume. APLD. Wow, yeah. APLD is a short setup, guys. APLD is a short setup. I want APLD to liquidity sweep that previous pivot high at around 1245. That is my short zone on APLD. I'm going to have a resting short just that appears above 1245, okay? CoreWeave is printing for us, guys. CoreWeave is absolutely printing for us. Let's go. Keep APLD up. A liquidity spike through 1245 gets me interested in a short, guys. CoreWeave is absolutely dumping here. Look at this move down on CoreWeave. Protect that trade. We're into gap fill, guys. I just covered half. I'm going to leave runners. Congrats if you took CRWV with me. I covered half into that gap fill, locking in just over 4% on the trade. I'm going to move my stop loss to 154.67. 154.67 stop loss. Nice little trade there, guys. Beautiful trade on CoreWeave. This one could melt down just like HIMS did yesterday. Very similar structure to it. Alright, so that trade is now risk-free. Let's look for other setups here. APLD, I'm still looking at a short trade through that 1245 liquidity sweep zone. Okay, 1245 liquidity sweep. I'm looking for a short on APLD. These Apple calls, come on, get 105s in the money. Sorry, 205s in the money. Beautiful move on CoreWeave. That's a stunning setup there. So hopefully you guys have made a little bit of a trade. SPY is still very strong, guys. SPY is still very, very strong right now. You just want to be careful. Apple's just moving. Our 205 calls look like they're going to be in the money today. The stock market is melting up, guys. Stock market is melting up, and I think we're going to run into a scenario where you're going to get some broad participation from the mega caps. I think a lot of other stocks are going to be fairly muted, but you're going to get some broad participation from mega caps. You've had a lot of individual tickers just been running, but the likes of Apple, Google, Meta, Tesla, they all need to play catch up. Tesla's trying to dip here. I like Tesla for a bit of a buy right at a pierce of, call it 338. I'm interested in a long on Tesla all the way down to 335. All right, so I'm going to go long Tesla around 338 to 335. Keep that on watch. Come on, Apple, keep pushing. Apple's just a beast today. It wants to keep going. Come on, CoreWeave, give us another shoe down. Give us another leg down. NVDA, Apple's still strong. Remember how Apple was looking the weakest in the pre-market, and now look, it's one of the strongest. Yeah, we have 10 a.m. data. We have a dip to buy for sure. Paul's looking at INOD. Look at CoreWeave, another leg down. We are printing. Let's go, man. Come on. Stunning price action. Stunning price action. I'm going to move my stop loss down on CoreWeave. My stop loss is going to be now 152.23. 152.23. Come on. Give us another leg down. We're up on this trade 5.25% on CoreWeave. And I think we got more. Alright, it's bouncing here. Market is starting to come in. SPY is starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure on the 5-minute chart. Let's see, your first level of support is your 597 pivot, guys. First level of support is 597. Let's look at INOD for Paul. Alright guys, CoreWeave stopped me out of my second half, so we netted a lovely little gain on that trade. The second half we had that protective stop, we closed it at 3.38%. I still think the stock goes down, but I am officially out of it for the day trade. A lovely little gain there on CoreWeave. Congrats if you took that. So the first half we took just over 4%, 4.4%. Second half we took 3.3%. So congrats if you caught that trade. Let's look for another setup here, guys. Let's look for another setup here. So Hood is still on watch for a swing short. We just got to wait for this market. Paul's looking at INOD. Quite the bottoming tail. Yeah, on the 5-minute chart that is. That's a daily chart that looks like it's going to break out again. INOD looks quite interesting, Paul, for a continuation move higher. I actually like this name for a bit of a long setup here. Paul's not interested now. This is more of a swing trade now level, as opposed to a day trade. It's a good swing trade chart. Inverse head and shoulders breakout. It just needs to digest and consolidate maybe another 1 or 2 days. But it's looking fairly interesting from a swing trading perspective. Let's flip back to crowd. Yeah, look at that crowd. Oh my god, what a clinical backtest off of that daily 20 moving average. We discussed that Fibonacci zone on CRWD. You know what's crazy is you do your pre-market prep, and then the 2 tickers that I wanted to absolutely trade my A+ setups, one was a short on Hood, and we missed it off of the open, and then one was a long on 446.08 that pierced that 20 on crowd, and I missed that too. Both stocks would have printed money. Nevertheless, we hit CoreWeave, so we are absolutely A-okay. Alright, members, here's the plan with our Apple 205 calls expiring the end of the week. I do think that these are going to get in the money. So that little alert I issued a few days ago on Apple 205 June 3rd calls, I got them at $1.20, and they are now priced quite juicy to the upside, but I think we can get these in the money. So they're printing at around $1.75 right now. So the prudent thing would be to do is trim, but I think this market is very, very bullish. Very, very bullish. Alright guys, I got filled on APLD short. I got filled. It's swept that 1245 high pivot liquidity sweep. Alright, so I got filled at 1254 short APLD. That was one I just mentioned. I said it's going to sweep that 1245 high pivot liquidity sweep, and it has done so. You got that high volume spike. I am short 1/3 position APLD. This is high risk. I will continue to add to the position. Let's flip back to APLD. So I said you're going to sweep this high pivot over here, and you're currently still trying to sweep it, but I'm short this ticker off of the 1254 zone. Alright, that was also a setup I call it. You can get a better entry than I can right now, and I'm going to add to this particular name every 20 to 30 cents. Okay, every 20 to 30 cents. It's a super high risk trade. Alright, APLD is coming in, guys. APLD is coming in. Let's see what type of a retrace we can get off of this, just this gap up alone. Your minimum retrace to your first bull Fibonacci zone is 1209, guys. 1209. We were sweeping that liquidity pivot high. Come on. Come on, APLD. Everyone should have been catching that with us. We're already up nicely on that trade. Come on. Break these key moving averages. We're up over 1.5%. APLD. Anonymous saying, any reason you don't trade outside market hours, pre-market? I do. I definitely do. I like to often trade pre-market hours on earnings pops when I like to short stocks or go long. Often you get sometimes the best fills in pre-market, but I often do short and go long in the pre-market. I've just been cautiously waiting because this market's in a solid uptrend, at least the indices, and I really haven't seen any A+ pre-market setups yet. Like for instance, CrowdStrike, right, is one that dipped, but it looked like it was going lower, so I was waiting for it to hit the pre-market. All right, APLD is coming into profit target 1, guys. 1209. I'm looking for my first cover. I'm gonna cover half of my position and move my stop loss to break even. APLD is coming in. We're up over 3.5%. Come on, give us a little bit more. SPY is seeing a bit of distribution here. Nothing crazy, but just a minor bit of distribution. Look at the pop on ICLR, guys. ICLR. Alright guys, I covered half of my APLD for another little win there. Covered half a moving stop to break even. That's 3.6% on the short side. Boom. 2 for 2. Let's go. The trade is risk-free. Everyone could have caught APLD with me. I telegraphed that one. When it was around 1170, I said, wait for that 1245 high pivot liquidity sweep. Execute the short. We got the sweep. We got the volume surge. We're getting the pullback. Look at this name falling to the downside. Stunning little A+ setup there, guys. Pretty much the exact same setup as Hood. Pretty much the exact same setup as CoreWeave. Bang, bang. Thank you very much. Pretty much done for the session today. I've made all the money I want to make. Obviously, I'd love to make more if there's another opportunity, but it's nice to know we don't have to chase anything up until this point. But ICLR members, that is a nice little members trade. Look at that pop up over 4%. Apple 205 calls are just in the money, members. Apple 205 calls just printed in the money. I just trimmed half of those calls, and I'm going to move my stop to break even, which is $1.20. Excellent little swing trade there, guys. Wonderful little trade. Amazing. Absolutely printed here. APLD is still the gift that keeps on giving. Look at SPY. Still trying to push higher here. Wonderful, wonderful setup. Nice little trade there. Look at Apple flying. Let's go. Amazing. Amazing. Guys, SPY is looking like a very bullish construction. If you want to go long S&P 500 here, I have no qualms about that. You're holding this high pivot. You're holding the 7-day moving average. Your stop loss would basically be a close below that 7-day moving average on the 5-minute chart, which is sitting at around 597.16. If you want to use that high pivot from yesterday as your stop loss, that is kind of your line in the sand. So it's a good risk to reward zone here. A very good risk to reward zone to go long the S&P 500. NVIDIA's actually backed off a touch here. That's starting to see a little bit of distribution. Guys, CoreWeave might be setting up for another short trade here. CoreWeave is coming right back up. Ticker CRWV coming right back up for another short trade. We already banked on it once. We're still riding APLD short. Alright, so CoreWeave, my setup is a brand new high of day spike. If CoreWeave makes a spike for that high of day and sweeps that high pivot liquidity, stops out those shorts, I'm going to short it again. Okay? So a spike above the high of day, which is around a Pierce of 158, I like to short CoreWeave again. Oklo coming into my target. Thank you, surfers. I appreciate that, guys. I really appreciate when people mention some levels because I can't watch everything. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is into my target right now. Fibonacci retrace, getting an oversold 15-minute. Let's see the 5-minute chart. It's an aggressive trade because the market is under a minor bit of pressure here. It's an aggressive trade. It's a tough one yet. It's going to be a very quick bounce if it does bounce. In and out on Oklo. If you bounce here, it's in and out. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a stab at Oklo. 47.77 entry. 47.77 entry stop loss is going to be around 47.44. So I'm keeping a very tight range on this. This is going to be a 1-minute chart trade. We're going to be out in basically 2 to 4 minutes. Maybe 5 minutes. But I'm long at 47.77. I'm long at 47.77. It did wick down. People could have got a better fill than me. Price target, I'm looking for a move. Basically, I'm looking for a 30 to 50 cent move. It's about a 1% range I'm looking at. OKLO long. It's a tough trade. This is a 1-minute chart time frame pattern. I'm not even going to add to this position if it breaches my stop loss. But I want a 1-minute close below 47.44 and it stops me out. You can see so far we are seeing a bit more distribution. Oklo's still melting down. Come on, give us a little bit of a bounce. Hold it, hold it. She's looking heavy. She's looking heavy. SPY's still trying to peter up and basically make another push. Come on, Corey. Come on, Oklo. Don't stop me out. 1-minute close below 47.44. There's a wick. There's a wick through it. I'm still holding. We got 35 seconds, 38 seconds left in this candle. Come on. Perk up. I could add here, but I'm going to size this position appropriately. We may get wicked out here on OKLO. My fate will be decided in basically 12 seconds. 10 seconds. We're closing below it so far. They're looking to sweep my liquidity. Alright guys, unfortunately, Oklo violated my stop loss. I did close it on that candle. That is a loss on the day of roughly 42 cents on OKLO, but it was a very small position. Very small position. We took a stab at it. Sometimes it just doesn't work out, and you can see the S&P dumping there. That was your buy there on the S&P. That was your buy on the S&P. Wow, what a dump there on SPY. The 10 a.m. data is hitting the tape, and we are seeing a little bit of extreme price action. You're still seeing yields spike. APLD, we're still holding short APLD. We are still green on that trade. Let's look at the Dixie. Look at that Dixie 1 minute candle falling to the downside. As soon as I hear that data set, then I will let you know. Of resurgence on Apple. Apple's just a powerhouse today, guys. This one's gonna keep printing. Those calls are gonna be reckless. Apple, honestly, the way Apple's trending today and breaking out that hourly chart, Apple could honestly hit 208 today, 208.70. It would be an outlandish move, but it's one that could absolutely happen today. It is the powerhouse stock so far. Every dip, it's just reversing higher and higher and higher. It is leading the charge in mega cap tech land. So this name is one that's just going to lift the Qs and the S&P by the scruff of its neck. Alright guys, Tesla's into a buy zone down here. I like Tesla on the long side. I'm going to take a stab here. 334.69. I just got filled on Tesla. 334.69. Tesla came into my buy zone. 334.69. This is a 1/3 position. Long Tesla. You can see on my chart, Tesla's oversold on the 5 and 15. Intraday 1 minute, you completed this lowercase h pattern to a T. You're right back into this little double bottom pivot. I would add to Tesla at this low pivot around 331.50, 331.50, 331.47, okay? Tesla's even dipping some more now. Tesla is dipping some more. SPY's still under a bit of distribution here. Yeah, premiums on Tesla are outrageous. Absolutely. Because you got an event coming up, right? When's the Robotaxi? I think it's coming up fairly soon. I have to double check my notes. Alright, Tesla's still dipping. So again, guys, I'm long Tesla 334.99. You can get a better fill than here than me. I'm going to add to my second entry around 331.47. And then if we dip below that, have a little bit of a trend line connecting these pivots, which is much, much lower. But Tesla's in a pretty strong sell-off today, downtrend. APLD is still green for us. That's still seeing a little bit of distribution near the highs. CoreWeave still seeing distribution near the highs. Apple is trading at 205.50, absolutely flying. Alright guys, Tesla's coming up into my 2 of 3 entry here. 2 of 3. SPY still green, Qs are negative, Russell negative. So this is the dip that bulls are looking to try to hold here. It seems to be a little bit of a peekaboo breakout off of the first 15 minutes of liquidity. Let's see if SPY wants to backtest this little upsloping zone here. You can see a parallel channel. It's actually very clinical, this channel. Look at this parallel channel on my screen. It's this 5-minute parallel channel on SPY. Pivot low to pivot low, pivot high to pivot high. It's super balanced. We could try to test the low of this channel, which would put SPY around 595.60, 595.70. And then we'll have to see if we get another little higher low. So we've gotten a higher low, a higher low, a higher high. We're looking to make another higher low. All right, I just got filled on my second entry, 2 of 3 entry on Tesla, guys. 2 of 3 entry on Tesla. It is still dipping here. My final entry is around 327 Pierce. 327 Pierce on Tesla. And SPY is seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure. Apple's now starting to come down. Apple's still as strong as ever, kind of diverging from the market here. That's a very interesting observation. So Apple and Microsoft and Meta and Google are holding steady. Let's see if we can get an entry on SMCI. That one's actually back tested my level here, guys. SMCI is into that gap zone, so I'm going to look for an entry here on SMCI. I just want to see the SPY indices bottom out here. I'm going to look for a long trade on SMCI, maybe even a swing trade position. But SMCI is hitting a level here that I absolutely do like. There's a chance that SPY could stop here. There's some minor support. Take calls on SMCI. $47 calls. July 18th, $47 calls. July 18th, $47 calls on SMCI. This is a swing trade called out right now. But if we get any sort of a movement on SMCI, it could be a day trade. $47 calls. July 18th. Tesla's still melting lower. Apple's still up 1%. Holding steady. Apple not even phased by the dip in this market. I repeat, Apple not even phased by the dip in this market yet. Tesla getting a little bit of a minor bounce. My average on Tesla, I'm down about $3, 333.26. But that's absolutely nothing on Tesla. 333.26 is my average on Tesla. It's a 2/3 position long. Our Apple 205 calls are deep in the money and we got nothing but time. Members, you also know we have end of year 225 calls on Apple, which are starting to print for us. And we just called out a long on SMCI, which is already printing. Oh my goodness. Look at that long bounce on SMCI. This might be the small little pullback in the markets. We could trend for the rest of the day. APLD, guys, we're still short APLD. That one printed for us on the first half. We're still deep in the money on that. That little wick down there was up 5.7%. It's bouncing now. We're still up about 3.2%, but I'm looking for a little bit more downside on APLD. And then we just need Tesla to continue soaring and roaring. But some fantastic trades today, some fantastic trades. Oklo's trying to put in a bit of a bottom here, but I'm not revenge trading that one. That was our first little loss of the day, a minor loss. Just about 30 cents on the trade, and it was only a single entry. But Tesla's starting to shake and move for us. Let's see if Tesla, I think Tesla can easily retest 340 today. Come on, Tesla. Get your big butt up there. SMCI still bouncing. Apple had a huge spike into the 206 there. My, oh my, NVDA is still negative. Sorry, Paul, I missed your chart there 6 minutes ago. Paul's looking at Oklo. Or is that a Pierce of 44 bucks or Pierce of 45 bucks there? Is that what we hit on Oklo? NVIDIA, big stick to the upside. Markets are trying to bounce here. S&P is trying to bounce. SMCI is bouncing. Apple's just continuing to grind, guys. Come on, I'm still looking for a third entry on Tesla around 327. Come on. Give us a little bit more here. This is a pretty wild session today. A lot of interesting volatility. Nice bounce and continuation on SMCI, guys. That could easily go back to the high of day. Alright, Tesla's coming in for another little dip here. 327 Pierce, come on. Get me another third fill. I want my average lower. I want my average lower on Tesla. Get me that fill. Are we sweeping that liquidity? Tesla's now had 7 consecutive 15-minute red candles. I repeat, 7 consecutive 15-minute red candles. The S&P is still trying to hold steady here. Apple seeing a bit of sell side. The VIX is trying to perk up here. Still made a brief new low, but no 327 target was hit. Tesla now down 4.5%. NVIDIA down by 0.3. You still have strength in Meta, strength in Google, strength in Amazon, strength in Apple. Meta is just a ripper. Look at that 5-minute friggin' face-ripping rally on Meta. Holy. Wow, Meta is just a rocket ship to the upside. Look at that daily chart breakout. I mean, I won't chase Meta here, but wow, what a face ripper. If Meta gets too extended here, I'd be inclined to take a stab at a short. You're coming up into a weekly high red bar breakdown. That weekly high is around 680. What is that? Let me isolate that down. 688.70. That could be a potential short level. Pierce of that weekly high pivot liquidity. So call it 689 short on Meta. Could work out. But I'm not really looking at that as an A+ setup. We'll just have to see. If Meta hits 688 within the next 689 within the next 5 minutes, I'd consider a scalp short. But so far we're riding our Tesla long. We're riding SMCI. We've taken profits on APLD. We took profits on CoreWeave. That thing was a gift. How's Hood doing? Yeah, Hood's never ever officially retraced back to the highs. Oklo, that one's just stubborn. My oh my. SPY is looking like it's gonna press back to the highs of the session, guys. SPY looks very strong still. Come on, SMCI, get your big butt up there. You and Tesla, you need to get moving. You absolutely need to get moving. Let's see what else we got going on. So realistically, there's no more data that's going to spike this market up until we have some Fed speak later in the afternoon and the beige book at 2. So we could have a grind higher up until about 2 o'clock, in my opinion. So some of the leaders on the session today. Guidewire Software, ticker GWRE, up 13.57%. Thor Industries up 9.21%. HPE, Hewlett Packard, up 8.25%. Lumentum Holdings, ticker LITE, L-I-T-E, up 7.3%. Acadia Healthcare up 5.6%. XPO Logistics up 4.99%. CrowdStrike still struggling. That one I'm disappointed. Look at that move. That pre-market prep where we said buy that Fibonacci retrace on Crowd. I mean, look at this stunning pre-market prep that we did. We said you got to buy this Fibonacci level. It's 446. It confluences with the 20-day moving average. It confluences all through this chop here. Its liquidity sweeps this previous high pivot in February. And oh my, what a freaking face-ripping rally on CrowdStrike. Do not chase it here, but that's a 4% bounce on Crowd. If you caught that, amazing job. That was my most confident trade, and I didn't get the fill because I was looking at something else. But that's okay. We've had other fills here which are been bountiful. Apple's starting to come in a little bit, so this is where this could be a bit of a problem for the markets. Apple is coming in a touch. Tesla, we're still long Tesla, 2/3 position off the 330, 326 level. I was hoping to get filled, almost got filled at 327, but not quite. Still think we can hold steady. Let's look at CLF on my other screen here. That one, just an inside bar consolidation. Nice little pullback. Let's look at SoFi on my other screen here. SoFi still trying to hold some of the key moving averages. Actually, that could be a bit of a long setup, back testing some of the key moving averages. There's a lot of stocks here, guys, that are still buying opportunities, in my opinion. A lot of stocks. You have to remain bullish on this market. We are phenomenally bullish on this market. It's now 10:19. I'll probably stay on with for another, let's call it, maybe 10 to 30 minutes. And then I'll wrap up this trading session. I'll keep the stream going on YouTube. If anything crazy jumps on, if anything crazy in the markets happens, I will jump back on. But so far, it's been another day of profit. All called out here on the live stream. and I want to thank all the members for participating, calling out some of the observations they've made. Again, it's the more we can focus on trading together as a whole, bouncing ideas off of each other. I can't see everything. I only have two eyes. The more we can profit and learn and grow from this market. All right, Tesla's starting to firm up here. So let's see if we can get that trade in the money. Again, if you're not long Apple, Apple's a name that is broken out on the, well, it's trying to have a breakout on the hourly chart, Apple. It's broken out on the 5-minute chart. It's broken out on the 15-minute chart. So Apple's a name that any dip is likely going to get bought up here. So in 9 minutes, the hourly chart candle on Apple closes. As long as we close above this 203.76 pivot, that is a technical breakout on the hourly chart. And a back test into, 204.50, 204.30 is probably going to get gobbled up. SMCI still trying to bounce off of that zone. JP saying he took Palantir calls, August 15th, 140 calls. Let's take a peek at that. That's actually very reasonable. That's a good pullback on Palantir. That's a great trade, JP. Yeah, up 3%. That's still not too late to trace it. I'm actually going to look to potentially enter those with you. 140 August 15th, eh? That's actually a great back test. Back testing the parallel channel. Let me pull up this PLTR chart on my screen because that is actually a really solid back test. It's a daily chart level. So you're back testing the 7-day moving average as well as this little high pivot zone. It's a really good trade. I do like that. I'm gonna see if we can officially back test the daily 20. If we can back test that daily 20, I'd be interested, but even an entry here is pretty darn good on PLTR. Daily chart level is looking quite good. Weekly RSI still has plenty of room to run. Daily chart RSI still has plenty of room to run. I'm going to watch that a little bit more, and if we get an entry, I'll call it out. But JP's a nice little spot there, that's for sure. Alright, SPY still holding and touching that 597 resistance. Apple may want to try to bounce here. We'll see if the markets can hold the majority of its bounce. Tesla slightly down on the trade. That one I think can still push higher off of this zone. Strike is a short here, guys, and you can use just the recent 5-minute high pivot as a stop loss. CrowdStrike is a bit of a short setup here. I would just use common shares, maybe a week or two out if you're trying to day trade options. By using that high pivot, so around 466 as a stop loss, that could work out quite well. We should retest, it looks like we should retest the lows on Crowd. Maybe even make new ones. See what else is going in the market here. So we're seeing some most active stocks again. Palantir, SMCI, Lucid, Apple, Intel, HP. If there's any tickers you would like me to analyze, definitely feel free. Tesla's starting to move up again. Sarper is looking at Celsius, Cell H. Let me take a peek at Cell H. Nice little stick on Tesla coming up here. Yeah, Celsius trading at 39.85, looking for a high pivot breakout. Yeah, this name's solid. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days of upside, but that's not a problem. You still got plenty of room to run on the RSI indicators, especially if this market remains firm. Celsius is looking like a long, all the way up to at least 45 bucks, if not 50 bucks. Yeah, that's a solid chart. You're gonna have some minor resistance on Celsius around, call it $43. But you should push to at least 43 within probably the next, I would say, 7 to 14 days. This could be a very strong breakout on Cell H. SPY and Tesla are absolutely flying here. Anonymous asking, how do we subscribe these days? I'm not charging for memberships, giving back to the community. But I just put the Telegram link in the YouTube chat box there. That is an alert service right now, and then I have a little bit of an educational day trading stream service. I'll put both links via Telegram in the chat for you. Tesla's ripping, guys. SPY's ripping. SMCI flying. It's Anonymous saying, I wanted to give back for the quick dollars I made on Tesla, huh? Well, you know what? Just keep subscribing to the streams, tuning in, liking the streams, and that's more than enough. But I appreciate that. Thank you. If you want to share the streams, by all means, it's enough support. Alright, so Tesla's still trying to shake and move higher. Celsius H still grinding higher. Let's look at SMCI here. SMCI is still trying to hold above that level that we entered. Any other trade setups that anyone's looking at, feel free. Hopefully, my upside target on SPY today, if we hold, we're looking at, just give me a second here. Yep. Donate to a dog shelter. Why not? Everyone loves dogs. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. I love my dog too. My dog. Let's see here. Scroll down my time frame. I'm just trying to see a weekly level here. So we're actually clearing a weekly resistance level. Very solid weekly resistance level. So SPY, believe it or not, could hit 600 today. That's our next weekly low point. And then the next weekly high reversal candle that we're going to target is 603. Wow, so 600 is on tap for today on SPY. Don't be shocked. Don't be shocked if we try to push for 600 today on SPY. The structure is set up. The structure is certainly set up. Now, am I saying go buy 0 DTE 600 calls? No. Because we've had a pretty decent sized move already, but there's some strategies to play. Let me check my 600 July 3rd SPY calls. That's an alert I sent out to my members, and I know we're printing on those. Let me pull up this. Tesla almost back to break even, guys. Tesla's almost back to break even. So look at the level Tesla's trying to recapture. This previous little micro inverse head and shoulders that happened on Monday, June 2nd, where we broke out and had that big bull move. So this is why we're struggling here slightly on Tesla. But we should work ourselves through that as the markets are appearing it's going to go back to the highs of the session on SPY. So 882, those contracts are trading at 882, eh? Still against me. We haven't really got any sort of a pullback on that specific name, unfortunately. My average on that is sitting at 1,019. So if I get break even, I'd probably close that. So it's turned into a bit of a swing, down about 3.2%. But it's a tough name. It's a very tough name. Alright, so Apple did confirm that hourly chart pullback. Again, if we get any sort of a dip into the 204, 203.80, that is a bit of a buy zone, in my opinion. Of course, I've already taken 75% off of my Apple 205 calls, June 3rd 205 calls, still holding some runners in the event that we get a continuation move higher. SPY seeing a little bit of minor selling. Nothing crazy, but just some minor selling. So our 600 calls are absolutely printing on SPY. I entered them around $5.98 a contract. They're already up to $8.82 and change. Climbing 886 as we speak. Come on, Tesla. Alright, Tesla's getting a potential bullish cross on the 1 minute chart of the 7 and 20 moving average. If we can get that crossover, we should see an upside move at least to, call it 337 and change. S&P 500 trying to go for another high of day. Still have NVDA negative. That's one needs to pick up its steam here. Apple's had a nice little 15-minute pullback, 30-minute pullback actually. Same thing, if CoreWeave makes another high pivot liquidity spike, so if CoreWeave gets above 158, I'm going to short that again. I repeat, it's high risk shorting in this time frame because the volume is starting to thin out and dry up. So therefore stocks tend to just float and grind, especially when we're in an uptrend. When the volume lightens and we're in an uptrend, it's a dangerous market to short. We could just enter a stage of float and grind. And I mean, I'm very bullish on this overall market. Very, very bullish, which is why I've been accumulating a lot of long positions. How can you not be bullish of a breakout yesterday on SPX and a potential confirmed daily candle? We've actually confirmed the breakout on the hourly chart, and it was more convincing because we got a secondary hourly close. But we're looking for a high of day breakout. So if we just simply look at this SPX 4-hour chart pattern, this is a beautiful little inverse head and shoulders that has broken out on the 4-hour chart. You know, the question is, are market makers going to rope in liquidity up here and back test this neckline around 59.28, or is it too late? Are we just going to keep pushing higher here? I'm in the camp that we're probably just going to consolidate tightly here and keep pushing. I don't think we're going to have any sort of a deep back test. I think there's too many market participants are caught offside. If you think about what the end of this month is, June is the end of Q2. So come the end of Q2, what goes out? Investor statements. If you look at Q1 investor statements, people got wrecked. We had the big tariff sell-off. So their quarterly statements in January, February, March were absolutely horrendous. Now, Q2, the market's practically almost back to all-time highs. So the funds that sold in Q1 to protect their bottom line and some of those investments are now having to chase in Q2. It's this yo-yo effect, up and down, up and down. You can't be the worst performing fund or else you'll get fired. So I still think that there's a lot of funds caught off guard, which is why we're going to probably see a continuation melt-up grind. Look at this bullish crossover that I showed in a few of the charts. On the weekly chart of the SPX, you got a bullish cross of the 7 and 20. That's a very, very telltale sign that we're probably going higher. Last time we got that bullish crossover was right over here, November of 2023. And look at the massive surge. That was a 19% grind before we had a 3-week pullback into the 20-week moving average, and then an even bigger trend to the upside. So this type of a market signal doesn't happen often, but when it does, we just got to be mindful of it and play the probabilities. The probabilities are that we continue higher. And I think Apple's going to be one of those names that has underperformed in a very, very big way compared to the other mega caps. You know, NVIDIA's broken out of its basing formation. Microsoft has been grinding higher since its earnings gap up. Meta has broken out. So we got a lot of catch up in some big names to play. And what's Apple's market cap right now? Still over 3 trillion. So when a stock of 3 trillion moves, it's going to do some heavy lifting. That's for sure. And then, not to mention, do we have this little mini inverse head and shoulders or a bull flag pattern, whatever pattern tickles your fancy. But we can also look at this little inverse head and shoulder, or this rather large inverse head and shoulders that triggered back here. That tariff sell-off, the little right shoulder here, that's a whopping pattern. I mean, you look at this potential upside. That's pointing to about 65.90 on the SPX, give or take 65.90. That's still about 600 points of upside on SPX. Quite astonishing. So when you have multiple bullish patterns trigger across many different time frames, just play the probabilities. Buy those technical pullbacks, accumulate those smart positions, and you should be okay. But remember, take profits along the way. If your positions get deep in the money, take profits. Alright, SPY potentially putting in the first little lower high of the day. First little lower high of the day potential. Some of its gains. So still down 4.1%. APLD, we're still short APLD, holding some leftover runners. I still think this name is into a massive resistance here. Just like HIMS yesterday, I could see this name giving up the majority of its 22% candle that it's had today. So we took profits on APLD already, half the position, and my stop loss is sitting at 12.45, right? 12.45 stop loss on APLD. So my average is sitting at 12.54. We have an in the money stop loss after trimming that position. HIMS is struggling yet again today. HIMS into some support. What's this? MODV. Wow, look at this ticker. MODV, guys, looks like it's going to run. Average volume 5.7 million. Today's volume 17.7 million. That's triple the amount of volume. Market cap 35 million, so it's slightly small. Transportation stock. This looks like it's going to press today. Ticker MODV. Flagging on the 5 and 15 minute chart, right over prior day high. Yeah, it looks like a solid breakout candidate. This one could retest the highs of today. I'm still holding long Tesla, but take a look at this MODV. Look at this 15 minute chart. This thing could want to break out here. It's a strong chart. Clinical little back test consolidation right over those previous pivots. S&P is coming down slightly. HPE. Tesla's still trying to firm up here. I'm going to flip my Tesla to the 3 minute chart. This is almost putting us back to in the money. So again, I have an upside target on Tesla today, as long as the market's bottoms don't fall out, which I'd be hard pressed to see. My upside target on Tesla is getting back to about 340. And honestly, this is a one that I could even see myself holding this as a swing trade. I could definitely see myself holding Tesla as a swing trade. May even hold this one overnight. And one of the reasons why is simply put, we've back tested that 20-day moving average. You've pierced on the daily chart level. This is a nice healthy pullback on Tesla. Tesla did what's a notorious high pivot liquidity sweep. It roped in so many longs up there, right into this previous little wall of resistance. As people expected a daily chart breakout, that daily chart breakout was faded, roping in all of the people who chased, thinking there was going to be a big squeeze to the upside. And just like that, if you bought those high pivot breakouts, you were down 10%. Likely you exited your trade today. So that leaves now room and opportunity for new traders like ourselves to potentially come in at a daily chart moving average support level, back testing your previous high pivot breakout candle over here. I like it. I do like it. I know a lot of traders are looking at a potential inverse or potential head and shoulders here on Tesla, which granted it's there. You have a head and shoulders, but that's really going to be either a 1-hour chart pattern or a 4-hour chart pattern. And to be honest, the hourly chart pattern has triggered it, but you haven't confirmed the head and shoulders breakdown yet. You have not confirmed the head and shoulders breakdown just yet. So as long as we close above in the next 42 minutes, inside of this wick, and we don't make a low, a new hourly close, this could be just a fake head and shoulders pattern. And remember, this is what I want people to recognize, is time frames, right? It's all fractals of time. So Tesla on the hourly chart has triggered on watch a head and shoulders pattern, which, let's say it falls to the downside. Where's our neckline? Neckline's there. We've already breached. It's given us a target of about 313 on the chart. And then you're into that gap window, so it likely overshoots down to 298. But this is an hourly chart pattern. What we are buying and trading today is a daily chart pattern. So what time frame is often more stronger, holds more strength and validity? The larger time frame, the daily chart. So we're buying a daily 20 moving average as opposed to people are shorting an hourly chart pattern. So I like my odds with a daily chart support level versus an hourly chart bearish pattern. Alright, and keep in mind, this is a nice healthy pullback. Tesla's still consolidating constructively. The S&P is breaking out here on all sorts of time frames. I love people to short Tesla here, because that's what opens up a nice little squeeze to the upside. I'm even thinking of dabbling in some Tesla calls. potentially sweep those high pivots, the liquidity high pivots. Just received another alert. Let's take a peek at Meta. Meta's starting to come in a little bit here. So we could see a bit of rotation from Meta back into, say, Tesla, Apple. We'll see if the S&P wants to hold here. Apple's had a really solid dip. Market is slowing down here. Market volatility definitely slowing. Mike here, but it's been a pleasure. Congrats on the few trades that we did win today. Another profitable session in the live day trade room. I will tune you into another traders group just so you can hear some live commentary on YouTube. I'll keep some charts up so you can analyze and watch things. Again, I'm still holding long TSLA for a day trade, and I probably might swing that one overnight, my day trade shares. So again, my average is 333.26 on a 2/3 position. Looking for an entry at 327 if we dip again. My SPY upside target for the session is 600 on SPY. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibilities. I see Apple into a nice area of support for a pullback. We obviously sent out some alerts today on the likes of Tesla and SMCI. We banked tremendously on APLD, which is doing a liquidity sweep of the highs again today. We called out CoreWeave for short, which dipped out quite nicely. We looked at Hood for short, which dipped quite nicely. We looked at CrowdStrike, CRWD. We called the long. There's also into a bit of a short zone here, but nevertheless, it's been highly profitable. I want to thank everyone for the amazing call outs that we discussed today. Thank you all for tuning in. Hit that like button if you're on the YouTube stream, and let's see how Tesla reacts. I think we're in for another little winning trade here. If it doesn't pan out today, I think in the next couple days it'll probably start to play out. And again, thank you all, JP, Sarfraz, Paul, Georgiana, all the Bart, all the regulars, Peter, thank you for joining in, and we'll see you probably for the afternoon power hour session. Again, tough market to short. Be careful. We're in a very, very raging uptrend on the indices. We have some broad participation starting to creep back in some of the mega cap laggers. You're seeing some inside consolidation days for some of the runners that have been doing the heavy lifting, like NVDA, which is actually very, very good. So just be mindful that this is a very tough market to short. We're setting higher highs, higher lows. Volume is typically drying up here. As we progress into the 11 a.m. time frame, we do have some Fed speak that's going to be happening in the afternoon, and then the 2 o'clock beige book. We may get some volatility around 2 o'clock with that beige book, but typically it's already stuff that the market knows. All right, guys, stay safe out there, and we'll see you a little bit later for Power Hour.
Yep.
This VG is up almost 7.5% today. Venture Global, ticker VG. You talked about that just now. Invest, so that one's looking good.
Yeah, the price action looks constructive every day,
Yeah.
you know.
Yep. NBIS Nebius Group, it's up 4%. I jumped into those calls this morning. Uh, let me see what those are doing. $50 calls for 8.15. They're up 25%.
APLD is pumping again, breaking out high a day.
And those contracts were cheap when I called them out. They were 180. They're now up to 225. And there's a lot of time on these. Hertz looks like it's going to the basement. It's down almost 4%.
Hertz is fast track to bankruptcy
Yep.
again.
Again, that's wild. Big Kev's Etsy is looking good up here. Constructive. Look like it's
Ooh,
consolidating right here.
that would have been a
Up
nice
almost
play.
2%. Yep.
I'm looking at 3MMM, so 3M company. That's had an H play out at 10:30.
Excuse me. MP Materials is up almost 2.5% today. Ticker MP. Looks good. A nice V-shaped recovery on this. Generac is still pushing. Not surprised on that one. Almost up at 1% today. Palantir got a nice bounce. Still down almost 4%. Target is down 1%. Um, so this ticker NOW, I have this in my retirement account, and I just have a recurring buy on this one. I like this ticker, and looks pretty constructive here.
All right, service now.
Yeah, service now.
Yeah, we use that at work.
Yeah, I like this one.
I mean, they are everywhere.
Yeah. Micron, MU, this chart. Still beautiful, still pushing.
The semis are looking way more constructive now.
Yeah. Estee Lauder, EL, up almost 1.5%. What else?
The Omex is up 12%. I think that's one of your plays that you've called out way in the past, Kev. It's deep sea mining or
Oh,
drilling.
I've never heard of. What is the ticker on that?
OMEX.
MEX. Oh wow, it's up 13%. That's a nice one.
Nice pushing cues, yeah. NVDA is also pushing here.
Eve is up 5%. Fuck you.
Imagine that. Core Neo went straight to my target at 390 and got rejected.
Sorry, y'all. I'm gonna be in and out. I got this goddamn inspector bringing his bitch ass back today, so we're gonna see if shit'll be in compliance.
Offer him a smoke, bro. Maybe that will lighten him up.
This is Tom's call
Nah,
out. Seagate. Seagate's looking really bullish.
Yeah,
what's the ticker to that, sir? Can you please call the ticker out? Because I don't.
STX.
A lot of this shit that we ain't trading every day, I don't know the tickers to. So you just say the name. Now I gotta go type in the whole name to find out what the ticker is. So please accompany the ticker with the names that we aren't currently usually trading. Please.
That's fair. Yeah, it's STX. So they make data center plays, peripherals, hard drives, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, this looks good.
Man, look at that
So
daily
Shutterflow,
chart.
just real quick.
Sorry.
Shutterflow just reported some core weave put sweeper flow. I put it up top. If you're interested, you might not be, but go ahead.
Oh, I've seen HPE calls that got faded to oblivion this morning, so it might be a good chance. They had really good earnings, from my understanding. Might be a good play. I like that.
So apparently, whoever that dude is that was making those remarks about you follows Tom. He's the only person that I seen follows this guy. I went on and blocked him. I fuck around and blocked Tom ass too. You bringing in stragglers like that, I don't need that.
It's Tom's alt account. He's trolling his co-host. Doesn't like that Bull Bear is getting more notoriety than him.
Look, bro, listen.
He the only one looking for that. If that's the case, he's the only one looking for notoriety. Nobody give a fuck about this shit. I don't care if any of you follow me or block me. Block me right now. I wouldn't give a fuck. I'm gonna still be trading tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you mean?
It's all good, bro. I'm not gonna waste my time on these people, man. It is what it is. We're doing something good then, apparently. The haters are all out now. So, hey, thanks.
Ticker
Anyway, look, the market is trying to
AZN.
get a little pump. Look at this. We're getting a nice little pump there, but VIX got a good rejection.
Yep. I like also ticker AZN here. AstraZeneca. I'm looking for 74.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people have been saying, is that health and pharmaceuticals and all that seem to be finding a bottom.
Yeah, probably like XBI, or yesterday AKC also said this LABU, LABU, which is the leveraged one of XBI. So 3 times.
NBI.
The
NBU.
chart looks good.
Go ahead, Big Kev.
I think it was me. I was just talking over.
Oh.
What was that ticker? It was LABU?
Yes, the leveraged one. 3 times.
And that's leverage
If
for
you
what?
see, yeah, if you see on daily, this is breakout, from the trend line.
NBIS. Nebius Group is up over 5%. Almost it went to 39.47. Pulled back a little bit, so I'm still in those calls. Hurts. What are we doing? I'm still in my core weave puts, by the way, for people who are asking for this week. I'm down on those, but I'm gonna just hold those. I only have one left, so I'll hold that put.
BB, you mentioned HPE, and I see the sell-off, so I bought HPE $18 call for July 18.
So I'm looking right now to get into June 20th. Let's see.
Yeah, because the problem for HPE is they are really, they just slow, and sometimes they make a stupid reversal. So I just wanted to have some time.
Yeah, I'm looking at their chart right now. I'm like, fuck, this stock moves slow.
Yeah, this I played many times. This you cannot trust on the moves, So
DoQ sign is another one we were pounding the table on. I gave you guys a synopsis on my thesis on DoQ, and it's up over 1.5% today. So DoQ sign looking good.
they have earning tomorrow, so
Yeah.
also.
So if you don't want to play earnings, I suggest taking these profits now.
Yeah, the only big names I'm seeing on like my map of the market right now is Tesla and Palantir really stand out for bearish. Shopify is down 1.1.
I grabbed the QQQ 530 calls a few minutes ago. Just didn't want to interrupt y'all's flow. Looking forward to go take out the high today and go test that pre-market high from the 29th.
BB, look at MRVL, Marvel. It filled that gap and it's pushing now, bro. It's up almost 3% today.
I'm very glad I dumped that.
Yeah, I know. I dumped those puts too. Another one that I spoke about was Woodward, WWD. That one is up almost 1% today. And I'm in long dated calls on these. Else. Oh,
There's one called TSSI. This is the second time it's been up in the 16s. Watch for that thing to see if it breaks through. I'd like to see that thing break through to the higher teens.
oh yeah, this one looks good too.
Yeah, they are same like in ABS as well. Yeah.
Yep.
So
Are you in commons in this, Butters? Or you grab cons?
No, I'm in comments on
Oh,
this thing for 153rd
oh.
time.
Okay, cool.
So what, Butters, are you expecting Dell to make a big move as well?
That's what I'm trying to correlate it to. You know the game, don't you, brother?
Yeah,
The
Yeah, because Dell showed a lot of strength
yeah,
since that dump.
yeah.
Or is somebody going to announce another big project? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of what this company does, and they're going with this versus SMCI.
Take this motherfucker off my chart, bro. Rivian, this thing is garbage now. Goodbye. Yeah. All right, so Spy's about to hit that level I gave you guys at 598. That's the first target. After that, I have 600.04 and then 604.58 on Spy.
This is my first time looking at SPY today. Yeah, SPY actually, the way it's bunched up, consolidated real tight, looks a little bit more spring loaded than the Qs do, and it looks like SPY has a little bit more room. And I guess they both have a similar amount of room to the upside. Yeah, but SPY looks like it wants to test 600. It does. Not saying it will.
I just I just saw a message there that you'll probably see Trump talk to the new leader of South Korea. So keep your eyes on Koru.
On Koru,
KORU. It's South Korea ETF 3X.
that was the ticker you sent me. Now you say that's on the news behind what again?
They've got a new prime minister in South Korea. So now Donald Trump will end up having to place the phone call to them, right? To welcome them or do whatever, probably talk tariffs, talk this, talk that. So you might see some stuff come up, tariff talk come up on South Korea.
Butters. Butters.
Yeah.
Grrr.
Yep. I see that. That's starting to bring its head up again.
Tesla got over that 332.55 level to the upside. So if it could clear 334.37, it could run to 337. So just watch those levels for Tesla to the upside. If it gets rejected here, come back down and test that 332.55 level. And if that can't hold, expect it to come back down and test these lows.
Ticker GRRR Gorilla Technology is something that you should probably put on your watch list if you aren't already watching this.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's looking like it's setting up to get another breakout. We played this. We played this from like under 5, and fuck, we ran this. I forget how we ran this up to about $30. I know I ran it up to about $30.
This looks good.
It needs to hold above
Okay.
1982 on my side.
Oh wait, let me see. You said 1982. Let me see what I have.
Yeah, then it'd be breaking out of its.
To me, it's bullish as long as it stays above $17. Yeah, I think it's short sighted. I'm thinking a little longer. This thing looks like it's going back to $30. I just got back in at the starter position. I'd really like to see it dip back down to 17, but it probably won't. Yeah, the market looked like it's ready to rip higher. QQQ looks like it wants to go at least to 530, 531.
There you have it in gold. So me and BB, we told you guys that it was gonna go to either 311.79 or 88. It hit his level to the upside. We were not far off on the upside, and then I gave you 310.59 to the downside. It's at 310.63 right now. So there you go. But we don't know what we're talking about, so don't follow us. Just do your own thing.
I know that was sarcasm, but take what I say with a grain of salt always. I'm still figuring this shit out. The gamma positioning is changed for 600 for SPY, sorry. NEO on the mining side. This is TSX, so Canadian Exchange. It's up 4%. Metal fabrication. It's interesting.
So watch this level I gave you guys on Tesla 334, 333, 34, or 334.34. Sorry. Watch that level. It's hitting up against that level that I gave you guys earlier. It's kind of getting rejected right now. So remember what I said. If it comes back down, it will test at 332.55. And if it can't hold that, then expect it to come back and test those lows. But it's fighting right here at the 334.34 level, 334.39 level.
Canadian metal companies seem to be ripping right now, so that makes me think that we're gonna get some reversals on those tariff announcements soon, because they should be dumping.
Yeah, no deal. No
Yeah.
deal, yeah.
TSSI, Omex, MDB.
Even Cleveland Cliffs looks a little weak today.
Yeah, well, they got exposure to Canada, right? They've
True.
got they own Stelco.
Big Kev, you there? I might be with
Yeah, I'm here, bro. What's
um
up?
your UTI. You know who I heard talking about your UTI yesterday?
You can't say it like that, bro.
I have to call out the ticker though, bro, so people
Hey, bro,
understand.
I don't have a UTI,
Yeah,
bro.
he doesn't
So
have a UTI, but the
yeah.
ticker UTI, Universal Technical Institute. It's basically a trade school. I heard stock stock talk talking about it yesterday.
I
Um,
mean, I guess that's nice. I mean, that ain't my ticker. I first heard David Nikoski talking about.
Yeah, Nikoski's been talking that one for a long time.
Yeah,
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, okay,
He's
cool.
the
Yeah.
one that put. He's the one that he put that on my radar.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That one I think is a good one because of where their main campus is. I believe it's in Arizona,
Yeah,
and you got all
Avondale,
of the
Arizona. Yep,
yeah, you got all the equipment places down there, and you've got all the data centers being built, and
yep.
Yeah, well, I mean, shit, it's got more attention now. So yeah, but the thing is with me, bro, I love it when we're early. We start identifying shit like this early before, the gurus get to talking about it. The people that got those big 1,200 people spaces. So we're always early.
Can I get an opinion on something? So I just bought into USAR. That's so China produces 90% of these rare earth magnets. This company is a US company that does it. And if China starts to slow down production, the theory would be that we start to ramp up production for for what we need. And that's what this company does.
Yep, and they also are building their own refinement area. I believe it's in Fort Worth, Texas. Am I right, Butters?
yeah,
Okay, so
Yeah.
y'all
So
know
that.
about this company.
Oh yeah, we're well versed in
oh yeah,
Okay,
the rare
yeah.
earths. Thank you
Yeah,
for
I
bringing
just
that up though. I'm
yeah, I just
getting an
bought
alert
some.
for it right now saying it's up 10%, trading at slightly under 10 bucks.
Ah, good call out options, Jay. I know I brought
Yeah,
it up for a reason. Good job, man. That's a good one.
we'll see.
they need the magnets for the motors for the EVs. That's what it
Dude, they
is.
need it for
The salt,
everything. Do you see like
yeah, it's mainly in the
Yep.
salt propulsion,
But that and wind turbines and just turbines period.
it's also in cell
and I believe
phones?
it's USAR has the contract with General Motors.
Ah,
Okay, no, I didn't know that.
hey, Big Kev, that
I
that
believe.
GRRR is up to $20, 2030 now.
Yeah, I told y'all.
Mm-hmm.
If you
I'm a
snooze, you lose. Told you it might not get back down to 17. That's why I just went ahead and took the starter position. I'm good with the position I have if it just continues to rip. It also has a little bit of short interest, so it's always a squeeze potential.
Yeah,
Sharing that with you guys as well.
yeah.
Yeah, well, their high last run we played at Kevin was, I think, just shy of 40.
Yeah,
So I
it
go
went
by
up to. I
memory.
think it went up to like 42, but I mean, I was good at like 30 something. I mean, because like I say, we were
Yep.
in under five or around $5. I have to go look. I want to say about $5. We were in that $6.
I'm gonna drop back down. I just wanted to know if y'all had that on your radar.
Yeah, man. I appreciate that, bro. Come back up anytime, man.
Appreciate it.
So options J, they're trying to develop. There's a new plant. I'll send you the stuff on it. There's a new plant being built in, I believe it's Oklahoma.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
the
in
old Hitachi
Stillwater. They're
plant.
building it in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Yeah, that's the old Hitachi plant. They put 100 million into it. There's two other companies, and there's also an Australian company. I'll dig it out and send it to you.
Cool. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So that means they're bringing it to the USA with a secondary plant.
Dude, like that was my theory was like, well, if China starts to slow down, I'm like, well, then we have to do something. And so I started looking up companies that do this. So I
Well,
appreciate it. Thank
them along with UAMY. Keep that one on you. Like that's the one I brought up the other like last week or whatever.
you.
The one that
UAMY.
yeah, but that you and Butters and I have been trading in and out of ever since the U.S. China rare earth tensions began. Like people weren't even really thinking about this, but this is something that was on our radar. That along with MP, I think Tom is in that too. But we were in and out of that one as well.
Yeah, I
You know
just
what? She's just mentioned this UAMY to me. That's what this was. Okay. I didn't know that y'all were looking at this too. Appreciate that.
yeah, grab some comments in USAR.
Yeah, I got a position in UAMY, not just looking at it.
Okay, cool. Appreciate it, guys.
Butters, this TSSI looks pretty good here. Bounced off a VWAP. Getting some volume. Looks good.
Okay, so Lutnick says 50% of AI compute must be in the United States. Says renegotiating CHIPS Act contract. Coming straight from the Commerce Secretary.
Look at this Airbnb chart, bro. This chart. It's about to get up in that gap right now on Airbnb.
So the general market looks like it wants to trade sideways until it explodes higher.
Yeah. Best time to look at some individual tickers.
Excuse me. Okay, I got one for you.
Yeah.
I got a. This is you probably know about this. Emergent Bio EBS. This is a Narcan ticker. I got a position in this at around 603. I've been holding it for I don't know a little bit, but it's starting to perk up again.
Uh,
So it looks like it's getting ready to make a nice little move. Look how the chart is set up, round bottom. Looks like it could explode. It's
yeah.
got a little bit of short interest, short flow. This could be explosive.
Okay, okay. Huh. Yeah. Georgie. Um, oh, let's see this garbage. DL. Anything else you guys are looking at? Want to share with us? If you're in the audience, you could just type that in the purple pill. Let me take a look at it. Fib retracement on this thing.
Ticker LLY is up 2%. It's now 766. If it breaks 770, I would look for 800 here.
It's down on the purple pill. Anybody wants to read about the Oklahoma processing plant? It's tied to another ticker. One out of Australia, I forget the name of it, and the other one's AREC, which is like a penny stock. That's the one Kevin and I were just alluding to.
Oh, Bella. Good call outs on those tickers, by the way. Next level on core, not core wave, CrowdStrike, CRWD. If you could get over this 468, what is this? 468.17. If you could hold over that, my next target is 473.60 on CrowdStrike. NBIS, Nebius Group, $40. Ticker HACK, HACK, Cybersecurity ETF. Looks pretty good. What's SPY doing? Etsy is looking good still. Big Kev. KTOS looks good today as well. Kratos Defense looks good. MP Materials still looks good. Palantir getting a little bounce. AEVA, I think that's a big Kev call out. That one's up almost 3.5% today. What's up, Stock Bully? How's it going, man?
Hey, good morning, guys. How's everybody doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good. What are you
All
looking
right,
at today?
all right, all right. Yeah, CrowdStrike did pretty well yesterday on what I did yesterday. So let's see what happens today for the remaining of the day. It looks like it's kind of perking up here, but
Yeah,
yeah, it was a nice little swing trade there.
nice. Good job, man.
It could have gone either way though, if you think about it, right? So
Yeah, yeah. I jumped into a lotto call and got smacked, but it's all good. I'm still holding it. It's either hero or zero at this point.
yeah, at this point, yeah.
Anybody know this Wheeler company? I guess they had a stock split. WHLR. This thing's flying up 50% today.
WHLR. Wheeler Real Estate. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, they did reverse split, yeah, a few days ago, and I think probably just the bounce from the reverse split.
Just halted.
Yeah,
Huh.
there is no news.
Does anybody know GWRE, Guidewire Software?
Oh, that one is a good one.
Yeah, I've heard of that before. That's insurance related stuff, I believe.
Yeah,
They
they had earnings
go
yesterday.
ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, they destroyed earnings.
Yeah,
90% surprise.
that's a huge gap up, bro.
Georgie, you are also in Chinese names, yeah?
what happened to ASAN, guys? Remember we talked about that? Holy shit!
I've got K-Web calls, whoever asked that.
Oh yeah, for the Asana.
Yeah,
I didn't watch the earnings, but
yeah. Somebody was talking about it yesterday that they were gonna go all in or something. I'm thinking, what the fuck? It's like a revenge trade or something.
yeah, they beat on
Yen
earnings.
is
They must
probably
have
got
said something in forward guidance.
Yen is coming up to $39.
Yeah, I've got K-Web 3450 calls for June 20. They're up 30% today. Actually, they're up like 50%, but I added to my position.
The news: Amazon to invest $10 billion in North Carolina for AI innovation. What is in North Carolina?
Research Triangle, there's like Duke, UNC, there's a lot of tech companies out there.
Ah, okay. So,
Ford can't catch a break. They just got a whole bunch of recalls on airbags on their cars. This thing.
All right, I'm back. You say Ford can't catch a break? Yeah, they need to quit doing shoddy work, quit subbing out the work to cheap labor,
Yeah, that thing is.
build something that Henry can be proud of.
Baba is ripping today too.
yeah, Chinese are good.
Mm.
I am also this 34.5 call with Georgius from yesterday.
Hold on, Bull Bear. Hold on. Where did you see this? Can you send me that link?
Hold on. I just saw it. Hold on. Let me find it.
Because that'll go right across the whole industry because they all use pretty much only two companies. I wonder if it's the same inflator problem like they had years ago.
All right, check your DM, Butters. Sent it.
Thanks.
Can we get a push here? Still got my 530s. They didn't shake me out. I ain't gonna lie, I wasn't even looking when I was trying to get everything right. I wasn't paying no attention.
Oh, HPE starting to catch a little bit more bullish momentum.
Damn. Slap that shit down. What the hell just happened?
Oof, yeah, it's dumping, eh? Well, everything's dumping.
Yeah, I said, look at this pie chart. I mean, it's like
Got stopped
up,
out of my
down.
calls. Yep.
It's just a roller coaster on indices.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as SPY stays over 596.16, I'm still bullish on SPY. Um, if it loses 595.38, it's coming. My next level on that is 593.27. on SPY.
Look at that candle on yin on the 10-minute.
Yeah, told you guys, man. If you're not following Mothers, then I don't know what you're doing.
No, like it dipped down all the way down to VWAP and then got eaten
Yeah,
all right back up.
this thing is strong, strong.
I feel like somebody knows news. The tinfoil
MongoDB.
hat's coming out.
Yeah, MongoDB almost hit
Ah,
200.
that's the news. Apple and Alibaba's AI rollout in China delayed by Donald Trump's trade war.
Of course. Here we go. Apple should be dumping. Let me see what Apple is done. Oh yeah, huge ass
Yeah, look at fucking
on Apple. Where did that week come down to?
202 or something now.
Yeah, 202.15.
Tim Apple, man, he's not too happy with Trump. That's for sure.
Uh-uh.
Tim Cook.
Tim Apple, that's his name, right? Tim Apple. Can you imagine being Tim Apple and saying, "Hey, I'm going to give you $500 billion," and then the next day Trump comes back to him and says, "You know what? I don't want you building anything in India, by the way, either." Right? It's like, and by the way, we're going to put a 50% tariff on your iPhones.
okay, before I said Apple 200, it got pretty damn close with that one candle.
How's it going, Monative?
Good morning, you guys.
Good morning.
Morning, Monative.
Yeah, MDB, good morning. MDB is reporting today. So I've been saying, it's sort of like Snowflake. I got in a couple of days ago. Not a huge position, unfortunately. I wish I'd gotten in larger. One of these days, they're either going to have to, or one of these quarters, they're either going to have to turn it around, just like Snowflake, and move on up, or they're just going to be forgotten quickly. That's it. It's over, right? So I think they will deliver this quarter better than expected and guide up. So I like it here. I mean the expected move is rather large, but it always is, right? It's 11 or 12%, something like that today. So I do like it to, run up a lot here. I have some puts I sold at 160 and 170 yesterday. And I have some calls for a few months out, 270. Let's see.
All
Yeah,
right, Apple. Keep an eye on Apple. We're building volume.
yeah. This MDB looks like there's a gap up to almost 246.
There's a lot of gap ups. Look,
Yeah,
MDB used to be, one of those revered companies with great solution, but since the street started looking for revenue from AI related, software, they've not shown it.
right. 270 calls. MDB. Okay.
I'm jumping into some Apple puts.
Oh wow. Look at this. Look at this. Fuck. Look at this. Look at this Apple. That's,
Bolbia, you see WFC? They just
hold on.
gave up all the move, yeah?
Let me see. Oh yeah. Wells Fargo. It has to hold my level is 75, 76, which is pretty much the breakout. Uh,
Yup.
I'm hedging my
bro,
Apple puts with yen calls.
what the fuck is this, bro? Who called out WHLR? Is that Butters again?
I didn't understand the ticker that you said.
WHLR.
Oh,
Wheeler Real Estate. That thing is up 81%.
It was halted, yeah.
Yeah, it
Where,
just.
where do you guys find these things? It's hilarious. This is, I mean,
Yeah, bro.
WHLR. Look Monative. Look at ONDS, the one where somebody was pumping yesterday.
WHLR is an oldie but goodie. I mean, you say where do we find these? I mean, we just do like screener
Yeah,
searches, kind of like anybody else does.
yeah. No, I'm joking around, but yeah, it's man, these are like look at the volume. It's like 6,000 shares. It's like just opened up again. It's tanking.
Apple's looking pretty weak.
This ticker already did like 10 times reverse split. So another one which is up today is MULN, Mulen Automotive, 150%.
So this is a bit more flavor text on what happened for Apple. Apple's AI rollout in China in partnership with Alibaba has been delayed by Beijing's cyberspace regulator due to rising US trade tensions.
Yeah, probably that is the news.
Yo,
Yeah,
what
so
was the news on MULN? That thing went from $5 to almost $20.
Yeah, this is just the move after reverse split. I was yesterday talking with Tom about this, you know.
When was the reverse
When they
split?
make a look, it was I see it in TradingView. It was on Monday, 1 to 100. Sorry, 100 reverse split.
Wow, that's a massive
100 to
move
1.
from $5 to $20.
Mhm. But again, this is common, you know,
Yeah,
when they do reverse split, you know, it's just
all right, I'm gonna look up some tickers. I'll be right back.
It's just a chop day.
it is.
I didn't even realize Monative was here.
I'm here. I try to come in after a couple of hours after open, so I don't get in the way of the morning trades. Can you hear me, Cap?
Loud and clear. I hear you loud and clear. I just was taking a pull. Sorry. So just kind of giving a little bit of an outlook. The VIX after having a bit of a push, is pulling back, still rejecting the 21 EMA on the 15. Kind of looking at NVDA, looks like it's trying to pull back into that H pattern. Meta has curled over and looking bearish. Apple, after having trying to push higher, is rejecting the EMAs on the 15 and still relatively looks bearish. Tesla no longer looks bearish, still has an H setup, but looks like it's trying to break up out of that. Google is middling, doesn't look bullish or bearish. IWM is trying to get a push as well as Dow. And Amazon, after trying to push, is pulling back slightly. Microsoft pulling back a little bit. Starting to look a little bearish for Microsoft. GRRR, GR, trying to continue to push.
All right, so Tesla broke over that level I gave you guys, 334.39. It's looking constructive here. My next level on Tesla is 339.44 to the upside. If you're playing 0 days, you're getting killed right now because they're just destroying premium. So
Yeah, got filled on my 3/4 position Etsy at 100%. Now I just got some free runners. Those Etsy $70 calls for June.
hey guys, I don't know what this ticker does, but it's PTIX, Protogenic Therapeutics. This thing just popped up on my scanner. It's up almost 6%. Have no idea what this company is, but looks like it's getting some volume. One to watch.
So GRR, here's the levels that I have. I got 2282. Next level I have is 2588. Then 2971.
Hey, Trade God. Uh, I noticed you've been posting some pretty good stuff, man. If you want to come up and talk about them, you're more than welcome to just request. I'll invite you up. I'll accept it.
APLD is looking like it's ready for its next leg up. The five runners that I still had, that I still holding up to 268%.
I mean, they're just adding to 13, 14, 15 for this week and next week.
Interesting little divergence I'm observing here. S&P has been trying to trend down, but Tesla's trying to get an oversold bounce and push higher. Currently consolidating above on these trend lines here. If we can break above these area, there's really not much resistance until we get to 340 on Tesla. I still remain long off of the 333.26 two-third position. So hopefully Tesla can still firm up here as the market is under a little bit of pressure. The market came under pressure due to the fact that Apple had a announcement delaying some of their AI chips. I'm actually looking at, again, getting into some potential 205 calls again, maybe for next week. I'm just waiting for a little bit more data. I want to see how this hourly candle closes. But definitely a little bit of a peekaboo breakout, liquidity sweep. Looks like a failed breakout on the hourly chart, but it's still 27 minutes left in the candle. We'll have to see how that firms out. On the 4-hour chart, still nothing wrong
Yeah,
with
market's
Apple
still
other
just
than
stuck
just a
in a little
top
chop
wick.
range. Um, Europe closed half hour ago. I don't know if there's anything on the economic calendar or the presidential schedule that could influence the direction of this market.
This is still very healthy for the S&P 500, just consolidating on the 5 and 15-minute chart. Really nothing wrong with this technical picture. This is actually very constructive for the market to move higher on the hourly chart basis. You're giving some time for the key 7 and 20 moving average on the hourly chart to decompress. I like what I'm seeing here. I don't want the markets to move up too quickly. It allows us to scan charts, build into other positions. We've obviously taken some longs in some other names, so I still like the market to move higher. Tesla's still looking a little bit constructive to push higher here. Still got a lot of green on the screen and some individual names. It's really Apple that's quite struggling on things. NVIDIA is trying to get a bearish cross on the 5-minute chart, so perhaps a little bit more downside in the markets. Again, I still suspect the 595 area to probably be bought up here. If we breach this parallel channel, then it's this 595.50. So small time frames on the SPY, like the 5-minute chart looks fairly weak. 15-minute chart, you're still okay. Hourly chart, you're still okay. 4-hour chart, still very bullish. Daily chart, still very bullish. So we'll have to let this little smaller term time frame digest some of the games. There's been a little bit of a ramp up, a lot of profit taking, us included, but I'm still suspecting higher price in the near term. Palantir is continuing to bounce. Blake looks like it's trying to break out here, consolidating and piercing that prior day high above 210. Again, this is what market makers love to do. They love to break pattern, make it look like patterns are breaking down on the smaller term time frames, considering we're much, much more bullish on the larger term time frames. You know, an hour pullback here would still be welcomed. Realistically, the big level on SPY is this hourly chart high pivot around 595.53, 595.56. That's a very big support level. Perhaps we're going to flush down to there, where we should see some buyers step into play.
individual names. Come on, Apple, just do it already.
If SPY can't hold here, 590, 538, then 590, 327. That's on the 15-minute chart, by the way.
Oh, I never looked at this.
590, 640 has to hold on SPY, or it's coming down.
I just shorted micros on ES.
I'm in again on NVIDIA 140 put. So
7. I asked you so fucking impatient.
SPY below yesterday high VWAP. Qs is still holding that VWAP. So SPY is more bearish than Qs.
Yeah.
Meta looks like it's about to cross VWAP on the 5-minute,
I haven't looked at that
10-minute,
at all, Meta.
15-minute. Yeah, so I think we're gonna break down.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amazon's looking bullish.
Wait.
Huh, huh, uh,
Apple bounced off the 202.97. See if it tests again.
hold on a second. Maddie, what's up, bro? Go ahead and say what you want to say. All
Go
right.
on and kick him. Go on and boot him.
All right. So SPY under that 590, 640. Um,
Drop it low, girl. Drop it low.
yes, sir. Have
Taking
a
out the took out the VWAP.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna test this trend line support that's been held up so far. So I wouldn't be married to any puts right now. We still are in the same range. We haven't broken up out of the range, even though we're getting a bit of a sell down now.
I have a
I
next
wouldn't
level.
try to chase this.
Yeah. Have a next level on SPY at up hitting it 596.16. If it doesn't bounce here, it's coming down to that level I gave you guys, 595.38. So watch that level.
I think
If it doesn't bounce here, then it's coming down to 595.
I think it will come down. Just how low, I don't know.
Yeah.
SPY. Look at SPY.
Yep. That's what we're talking about.
I thought I was
Uh,
looking at Qs. Qs is holding for now.
So right here is a level that I want to see if this holds or not. So if this level is taken out, then I want to see a big drop to go test that lower day area. But right here, this could be support. This is held up for support last hour and a half.
if it loses this, it's definitely coming down to that target 595.38. So watch that level 595.38, and if that can't hold 593.27, you can mark those two on your charts to the downside. So
Yeah, I like puts from here. I want to see it go test the low.
yep.
What's NVIDIA looking like? Ooh, NVIDIA's. I think that one's going to get there first. Oh, SMH is breaking down.
Here we go. Here's this candle. Here it comes.
Stock bullet, you grab those 525s.
No, I sat tight. I should have though, to be honest. I should. I want to do like you do, man. You buy them at 10 and sell them for $1. Fuck. The other day, I think it was last week. Unbelievable trade there, Big Kev.
Bro, that's not indicative of how it goes every day.
It was incredible, man. It's like wow.
That was just a good trade that I made. I got lucky, but thank you though.
A green day is a good day, man. That's what we're looking for, right? So
Green Day should be a baseline day. Just how green is green?
Like something that cheap, I don't put no size on it because I don't have that kind of confidence in it. But like anything closer to the money, I'll put a little bit of size on it.
Hold on a second, because if I bring this guy up and he doesn't talk again, I'm blocking him. Hold on, Maddie. Go ahead. This is your last chance, bro.
Hello.
Yeah, we're trying to prevent the spam, the nest getting
Yeah.
spammed. So you
Go
must
ahead.
come up and speak.
Go ahead. Say what you got to say.
How are you doing, guys?
Okay. Bye.
My,
Bye.
my name is Madi. I
Yeah, remove him. He can listen, but we don't. We're trying to trade, bro.
I know exactly what he was gonna do. He's gonna ask for us to donate money to him. This is
I
not.
already know.
Yeah. Sorry.
what is he gonna say? Send one Bitcoin and I'll send you back one. Send you
Probably
two.
say
Send you two.
send
Send me
two.
one. I'll
Yeah.
send you two. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Not this space. Sorry.
No, he's gonna give us a sob story about his brother and sister and shit like that. And I've heard it a million times over the years.
Covered my micro, yes, sure.
So this right here is a retest of the EMAs and see if this sell down is gonna have some legs.
Um. Spy's hitting my point of control right here at 596. What is this? 596.17. If you can't get back over that, let's see.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be able to get back over that and like and get a good 15, 30-minute candle close above it.
Yeah. Apple is kind of struggling too, so.
Yeah.
Look, but here it is hitting that. It just got over 596.19 now. It's fighting right there at that level, 596.17 I gave you guys just now. So we'll see what it does. Next level I have is 596.72 on SPY to the upside. Could get over that. Yo, this market is on crack, bro. This shit is wild.
CrowdStrike has received requests from DOJ SEC for information.
Oh, Lord. Here we go. It's always something. Crowd. Yeah.
Oh man, it's
Yep.
tanking. Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that.
So far, that the trend line support area is held up. It's holding up. I just don't think it'll hold up. I think we'll go ahead and test that lower day.
Yeah, so that 596.17 level on SPY is a pivotal level. If it breaks under that and hold, then expect it to come down, but it's fighting over that level. Next level above that is 596.70. But if it falls under that 596.17, it's definitely coming down to lower day.
Looking
Which
at
one?
ticker MP. MP is catching a nice little bid. I have resistance at 24.
Oh gosh, look at this thing. 24. Yeah.
Also, Space Mobile ASTS looks like it's catching a bid too, but it's also butted up against resistance.
Yeah, regarding ASTS, I think I read some news about cooperation with Jeff Bezos, but I don't know. We cannot trust.
Yo, look at this. Look at this MULN. It's up over 200% now. Yeah, crouch type. This garbage. Yo, let me dump them. Fuck. Hey, Monative, what do you think about Oracle?
Isn't it reporting this week or next week?
I think it is actually. Hold on, let me see.
Oh, well, look, I like Oracle in every sense. The only problem I have with Oracle is the unknown with China could mess up their deal with TikTok. So TikTok is Oracle's largest cloud customer by a wide margin.
Oh,
So if anything goes terribly wrong there, their revenue from cloud is going to go down dramatically. It's not small.
oh,
So
okay.
it's a few $100 million a year just from one customer. So
Interesting.
something like 600 million, I think, a year. So
Okay.
that's just one customer. So there is that one unknown. Otherwise, Oracle is in the driver's seat in almost every other possible eventuality. They are very tight with the administration, so they're going to get their share of the deals. They're probably going to, do very well, outside of US too, with all these sovereign wealth fund deals. They probably will get a bunch of that business also. So I really like Oracle here, except for that one thing with TikTok that could be that could be big trouble, especially if somebody else buys TikTok. Meta was supposed to be interested. Amazon's supposed to be interested. Microsoft will probably also bid. If any of the other big players gets it, they're gonna lose that cloud contract.
Okay. Yeah. The earnings is on 6/11. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Looking back, should be solid. There should be no questions at all. Like I said,
Hmm.
it's not even guidance, right?
Right.
Because obviously they'll have nothing to say about it. But that's the only thing that worries me. Otherwise, I really like Oracle.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. All right. So guys, Pi is back under my level 59. It's at 596.05. So just keep an eye on that level. 596.17. Um, this 15-minute candle closes in 5 minutes. So
Snowflake is really must be feeling really good about their prospects. In some conference, they said that they're hiring 500 more in sales and marketing. Given the context that's going on in the rest of the tech world here, that's a big ballsy number of people to hire. So they must be feeling really good about their prospects.
yeah, that's pretty interesting. Snowflake hit 214 and then just dipped. Yo, look at this SPY back over 596.17. It's at 596.32.
Come on, Apple. Apple is just taking its time.
Roller coaster today.
Yeah, this price action is garbage today. You notice I haven't called out any other plays because I'm just calling out levels because I'm not trading this garbage. Nope, I'm good.
Yeah,
Volby.
other than Apple,
Yeah.
had a hard time finding stuff, but had a nice setup today.
Yeah. What are you saying, invest?
EU is up 6%. About.
Oh, Unity. Yeah,
I
it's
think
strong.
it's ready. It's ready for a breakout here. If it breaks out, then it can go to 30. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Have 30, 06 and 30.42 on this. Yeah, it looks good. SPY. That 1 hour candle on SPY is a nasty looking candle.
So Apple, I don't know if someone was mentioning earlier, right? So you guys know this though. Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference is coming up, right? So I expect some volatility in that equity. I don't know what they're going to announce, if anything, right? But it tends to be quite volatile that day, right? Maybe a 1 to 3% move, depending, right? So I just be careful, man. If it's, especially if you're playing the short weekly options, right? Um, it could get whipsawed around, right? I mean, I don't know. They may announce an iPhone that you can use to teletransport yourself, right? And then it'll go to 250. But you know, I don't know
I
what they're gonna do, but you never know, right?
I
They have to
I like
announce
to hold
something.
this
Yeah, they have
They
to
might
announce.
position
they
a
might
couple
announce
hours.
a stylus or a pin to go with their iPhone next. So remix the colors. You might get a fuchsia color or something like that. Get a new color. You know how they do.
Yeah,
4 cameras.
yeah, they're gonna have to do something. I mean, the Vision Pro was a flop, right? How many guys have you seen wearing a Vision Pro in your neighborhood, right? And not too many, right? Um, we'll see. We'll see what happens. And now with the Johnny Ive, Sam Altman duo, right? They're kind of married now. It sounds like with the new acquisition that Sam Altman made, 6.5 billion, I think it was, or 6.2 billion for 55 people working on who knows what, right? So that's a bold acquisition, right? To be honest, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, there's a lot of negative sentiment on Apple. I would not bet against Apple, really, to be honest. But if you hold shares to hedge, yeah, of course. But um, it feels like it could move very quickly to 220, 250, 230 within a matter of days, potentially, right?
Yeah, my timeline is hours.
Okay, yeah, I mean that's different. Yeah. The thing is that we're like one headline away from anything. I mean, imagine next week or this week, later this week, they say, well, we kind of figured things out with Apple. We kind of no longer going to have these steep tariffs, and Tim Apple and Donald Trump are friends again, right? So I mean that it's a headline driven market. It's very very dangerous, especially when we're trading such short term, right? But
Yo,
that's
that
part of
Tim
the game.
Apple name is the funniest shit I've heard all year. Tim Apple. That shit is classic.
Oh, and we're closing 15 minutes under. Let's go.
ADD is very big. I think we are going to zero on ADD.
All right, guys. So, SPY closed on it at 596.17. It's at 59. It's still fighting at this level. So, um, this price action is garbage, man. Really.
This is a snooze day.
Yeah. If you're a new trader, don't get caught up in this. Don't try playing this right now. Just sit on your hands. It's not worth.
Yeah, but what I played for two, one DTE. So I mean zero DTE. You cannot do anything here.
Falling asleep.
What do you guys think of our friend CRWV? I mean, this thing is run up from 40 to 160 almost this morning, right? Um, Core Weave, right? This is a high beta name, right? Since its IPO, and it could tank, and if the market starts dropping significantly, this could drop, quite a bit. It looks like it's had a nice run up. I mean, I don't know, man. This thing this looks scary, right? CRWV
Yes,
looks
I
like it's had a
agree.
blow off top here. I mean, I'll,
But I wouldn't bet against it just yet. It's too
yeah,
much FOMO around there.
yeah. I was
Hey,
thinking of selling some naked calls on the 150 calls. I never pulled the trigger on that, but yeah, it looks very frothy, right?
do you guys have a Gex level for SPY by chance?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Fuck, what kind of price action is this? Like, this doesn't make fucking sense. Let's see something.
Let's have a bunch of peak positive positioning at 595.
That makes sense.
140 million.
Yeah.
597, 100 or 84 million. That's all peak positive.
Damn. Yeah, that makes sense why it keeps bouncing down here. Yeah.
Hey guys, CoreWeave, just be careful, okay? Microsoft is almost 70%. Let's just call it two-thirds of their revenue. So if Microsoft is slowing down their spend, they'll have to lean on somebody, and they're clearly leaning on CoreWeave to, to get capacity. Now, much of that could be just what Microsoft is doing with their contract with um, for ChatGPT with yeah, why am I blanking out? Anyway,
Gemini? No, not
uh,
Gemini. Gemini is Google.
no, the other one. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
OpenAI.
Open.
With OpenAI, so just be careful, right? There is, I mean, it's wildly expensive. It's stupid nosebleed valuation, but they are going to still continue to grow if if Microsoft is accounting this much of their. Now there's also a risk, right, that Microsoft changes, but as far as I know, these contracts are not short term, so it's going to take a while for any change to in contractual deals to come through. So for now, they're you know they're benefiting from having a lock on supply of NVIDIA chips because NVIDIA is a big investor, and from Microsoft's demand. So they're good on both sides. As long as the AI demand keeps up, CoreWeave will benefit. But it's stupid expensive. I don't have a position, just saying.
Yeah, I think the P I
Yeah.
was looking at it last night is like 800, right? And it just from the technicals, right? Just from comments, it just IPO'd, right? I mean, these things, it feels like there has to be some sort of retracement at some point, right? I mean, maybe not. Maybe it's going to go to 1,000, like someone said yesterday. Like it's going to be the next SMCI, but I doubt it, right? And yeah, it's
Yeah,
150.
see how that
150.
ended, right?
Huh?
Yeah, see how that one ended, right? So yeah, it is really insanely overvalued. But this market seems to have tolerance for that.
Man, somebody call in the market makers early from lunch because Apple is taking its time getting there.
Oh, I was just gonna say, Natlik was commenting on deal with India. There is no deal with India if that 25% tariff remains on Apple. There's zero chance. India will not sign on if he's telling Apple to close shop in India. So that probably is why Apple is holding reasonably well. There's zero chance that Apple will leave India and US gets a trade deal.
Yeah, I agree. I think we're running out of countries to build iPhones in, right? To be honest, I mean, China, Vietnam. I don't know. If Vietnam is building the iPad. I think same with India. But I mean, Mexico may be a good option, right? It's kind of a halfway in between. Um, the thing is, you don't have the labor, the human capital to build it there. I don't think. Um, it can be developed, but I don't know how many years would that take, right? To be honest. But yeah, he's in a tough position. Tim Apple is in a really tough position, man. He has to try to make Donald Trump happy, and at the same time, play that balancing act with Apple shareholders, right, and the street. I mean, who's gonna buy a $3,700 iPhone? I'm not. I mean, maybe you guys are, but
So to your question, I just looked up. So they are expected to produce 26 to 28% of iPhones in India this year for 2025, up from 20% last quarter.
Yeah, but didn't Donald Trump just call him back and say, "Hey, I don't like your idea,"
That's the point I was
Yeah.
making, right? Latnik has been touting that they're close to a trade deal with India. There is no way Modi signs on a trade deal which says, all of the iPhone manufacturing is shut down in India and moved to US. There's just zero chance. So they're gonna have to give in to get a deal.
But, but realistically speaking, how many trade deals have we signed? Like, everything is just stipulation at the moment. I mean, we're getting a deal today, we're getting a deal tomorrow, we're getting a deal next week and the week after, and nothing. I mean, it just don't make any sense to me.
Well, that's why they're assigning deals, I guess, as of today.
The only deal
They're
that's
all-
actually been signed was with UK, and that's not really a deal, it's a deal framework.
Yeah, this guy.
Yeah, the thing is, you can't just willy nilly set up shop and just your whole supply chain to build an iPhone. I mean, we know that, right? I mean, it takes
Bull
multiple
Bear, check out
years.
Serve. Check out Serve, SERV.
All right, look at
Daily setting up nice.
Surf Robotics. Yes,
That volume comes in, this is going to explode.
Dollar index looks like it's about to break.
Surf. Hold on, let me see.
What's it at? The dollar index.
98,712.
Currently, the VIX look like it's pulling back. Back up under the 21. Had the previous two candle closes above the 29, or above the 21 on the 15. Now closing back below it is what it's looking like. Looking like the market could get a decent pop, depending on how much lower the VIX wants to go. Or Apple's pulling back, forming a bit of a second H pattern. Meta's pulling back, getting a bit weak. Hood looks weak. Palantir looks weak. Tesla's middling. Google pulling back slightly, but it's basically been consolidating to the downside. IWM starting to catch a bid. Overall, still looks bearish. Same with the Dow and Amazon. I don't even know what to say with Amazon. Just middling, not really wanting to do much. Microsoft pushing towards the EMAs, but looks bearish. Bull Bear, what was that SPY level you talked about?
There you go, Bing Bong. It's the Bing Bong level, bro. 596. Hold on. So it was 596.17 was the level to the downside, and then if it held above that, 596.72 to the upside. So it's back over that 596.17. I would
Trump said that.
yeah, I would honestly wait until this thing goes back over VWAP to even trade it, man. So I wouldn't touch it right here. Period. Because
Trump just called with Putin, so just spoke with Putin. And only said
Ticker,
that discuss Ukraine attack and nothing else. Go ahead, keep it.
ticker LITE. a butter special. Had a nice gap up. To me, it needs to hold 79. Hold 79, it still goes high.
Okay, Trump said that Putin conversation was good, but will not immediately lead to peace.
So Trump has asked the Senate Armed Services Committee chair to hold off on considering sanctions against Russia.
I feel like this dude is just getting bullied around.
Also
He
Aluminium
really is.
Association, Aluminium Association vice president also said that it doesn't work. I mean, bringing tariff doesn't let us to produce more aluminium in US. So he just called for pausing the tariff. Yeah. So
Yeah, I think that's going to be walked back again because I think he's just using it as like another taco tactic.
I can't wait for another reporter to ask him about that taco question. He might actually, I actually pass out.
Well, and that's one thing that the market's not reacting to that like 50% tariff is those tariffs are on everything that contains metal. So it's like all retail goods get applied to it.
I am also in 133 put for NVDA next week. The price is not that great here. Price action.
Seen some Lulu calls come in. They have earnings later this week.
I'm saying that I'm in the put to push the NVIDIA, but let's see.
All right, let's see if Spike could get over this 596.70, and then see if he could get over VWAP. But I'm still not touching this. Not yet.
You only say that because it's starting to look productive. You see that, but it's still trapped in this little channel. So you're right. Don't leave it alone until it breaks
Yep.
out of it one way decisively with a
Yep.
good solid bar like you thought it was with that volume bar, but it's still never. Like I said, it needed to break that level down. It never broke that level down.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh, Trump signed orders to ban China drones. Come on, UMAC. You should explode.
This fucking everything is fucking tariff with this guy.
I brought it yesterday, to the
It's
space.
a fucking joke. This guy.
Did you
Uh,
guys?
Vicky, was this a new?
There's an article about Tesla building out being a potential contender to build out massive amounts of drones potentially, right?
Yeah, I've heard
Tesla.
that rumor.
Yeah, I mean, it make it potentially. I mean, I could see that happening, right? I mean, he built ventilators, right? So why can't he build drones? Um, and he has the wherewithal to do that, right? Potentially, right?
They
I mean,
asked him about that not too long ago, and he kind of said he doesn't know, but he's not looking at it.
Uh, Snowflake is looking pretty interesting right here to the upside.
Do you see the 5-minute candle on the snow?
Yeah,
Looks good, yeah.
yeah, yep. Getting a decent little bounce across the board. This MP materials looks strong as hell, bro.
Seems that they are pushing CLH is above 40
Yeah,
finally.
yeah. What's his name? If he's still in here, Trade God has been posting some pretty good CELH chart in the purple pill. Uh,
I see flow for next week, $46 call. I don't know. Probably this is some Discord place, but
you said Discord play.
I don't know. Someone like,
Yeah.
it's like 2,000 contract,
Oh
so.
Lord. That was 5 a.m. Marvel still look good. MRVL still looks good. Uh, CORZ cores looks good on a 15-minute. Hit VWAP and it's getting a nice little bounce here. Actually, on the
AMD is also nice here. You see AMD as well?
let me check. Yep, AMD getting a nice little bounce there too. Trump said he spoke to Putin. No immediate peace talks for Russia and Ukraine. So there we go. It was just all talk again. Oh, when I get in, this is gonna end. We're gonna end this war, right? And we have a lot of deals waiting. A lot of deals waiting to be signed. This
Well, they're still waiting.
guy. Yeah, still waiting. Big caveat. SERV is starting to get some volume here. Starting to move. There you go. I grabbed the $15 calls for 718 on serve. I am up 2%. Not much. Oh. There's NBIS calls that I called out earlier. I got into for 815, August 15th. They're up 40%, or $73.
You guys watching all the drone plays? Trump's going to sign an order to ban China drones. So watch out for stuff like Ondas, RCAT. I know Joe Fats is in that one with a couple of other people. All the American drone plays might be a good play right now. The link's down on the bottom.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
Yeah, I just added 7.5 calls on UMAC.
Kev, did you hear me on that drone stuff?
Yeah, I heard you. That's why I just added calls with my UMAC.
Okay. Okay.
I already got
I
already
also
got the confidence
I
that I
sent
added the
you.
UMAC. I mean, that's a drone play as well
Yeah,
too, right?
yeah, I sent you the PR on it.
Yeah, no, I saw that mag post.
All right, so I grabbed shares in UMAC, and I grabbed the $10 calls for Red Cat for 620. The serve $15 calls are up 10% already. Okay.
And they're the only FAA certified. Okay, I'm holding 500,000 shares. I think most of you guys that know me know that. But I'm also heavy on the June 20 $5 calls, which I brought in 73 cents on 4,200 contracts. So that's my play, and I could tell you that I feel we're going to do a double from here at least. Ultimately, this thing is going to $5 to $10. I'm a long-term holder. You can call me a holder. I love the play. The company's building, right? And they might be buying parts off of UMAC, right? But they are making inroads in Germany. You guys know that they're in Dubai and Abu Dhabi, okay, with their drone platform. And the railroads
Hey,
is the
hold on,
reason.
Joe
Yeah,
Fats. Let me stop you right there, because we're not gonna turn this into a drone space one, generally, and definitely not gonna turn it into an Ondas space in particular. So I'm gonna give you a couple more minutes to go ahead and do your spiel, then we're going back to the market, bro.
yeah, I got you, Kev. Is all I'm going to say is I bought this for the rails, not for the drones. The drones is turning out to be an unexpected surprise, but they're seriously committed to it, and I think they're building a good base. I would dig deep if you guys really want to find a cheap stock that's going to triple from here. That's it.
Thank you for sharing, Joe. Appreciate that.
So right now, price look like it's kind of pushed up towards that resistance, that pre-market resistance. So right now, I want to see if it's going to push through that pre-market resistance. If it does, then I want to see price trend higher. But if not, then I want to see a rejection and then take out the low.
Let's go, serve SERV, baby. Pushing. Up 16% on those cons. Those $10 RCAT cons, I'm up 10% on those. Those are pushing.
I didn't call it out, but I jumped out of my Apple puts. Well, I kept a couple runners, but I took a bulk of the position out.
All right, SPY's approaching VWAP. Let's see what happens over here. Let's see. 1 o'clock algo is gonna kick in now. What are we doing? No.
Just to throw one more thing out there, I'm in the December 2.5s on Ondas, and I'm holding that for a couple of months.
All right, SPY starting to look constructive here. Let's see. Uh, oh wow. President Putin did say he'll have to respond to those attacks from Ukraine in Trump's call. Uh, at this point, I'm starting to think this guy's turning into a press secretary, Trump. Like, this don't even make sense, bro. Um, Invest. Look at AMD now. Meta. Meta looks good here.
The Qs are coming back up, guys. The Qs just broke 529 on the upside here.
Yeah.
Let's see if it holds.
I'm really impressed with this MRVL move today. The Marvel is looking nice.
Marvell, yeah, I have some puts on that. Sold puts on. Naked puts on. Yeah, Marvell, wow. Yeah, Marvell's up. CrowdStrike's even come back up. Wow.
Yeah.
Apple's
EOR
up.
cores is up.
Amazon is strong here, guys. Amazon.
Check out QBTX, B Wave, starting to catch a bid again. It looks more bullish than all the other quantum names. At least QUBT and RGTI. I haven't looked at like QMC.
Yeah, I told Martin Shkreli not to short QBTS, dude. The guy's obsessed with shorting this equity, and it's like, and Rigetti, also short that one now.
Yeah, I don't even know who the fuck you talking about. Who did you say?
Martin Shkreli. So he's the farmer bro. I don't know if you guys remember this guy. He's on Spaces here. He has like 15,000 people listening to him now, and all he does is short these
Yeah,
quantity names.
he's still a nobody to me as far he's just a regular person. I don't even know who that is though.
He used to be a hedge fund manager. He knows a little bit about equity markets, but yeah, I could send a link to you if you want to look him up.
Isn't that the guy that was once the CEO of that company that raised the?
Yeah, he's a felon. He was in jail for I don't know how many years, right? And he's now gotten out.
Like I said, he's a nobody.
Yeah, he's one individual market participant, right? So I agree. But he has a big cult following with this guy, man. He's kind of a weirdo. He's autistic. There's nothing wrong with that, but
Damn, get off his dick, bro.
Oh, Core Weave is getting some volume right now. CRWV is the ticker. Core Weave. Apple approaching 203.50. It's at 203.41 right now. SPY over 597, 597.16. I am in SPY 620s and 625s for August.
Yeah, we're getting a nice break to the upside. Looks like we're gonna go test high today.
Yeah, I've those long dated SPY calls I've been in. I've just been holding those. I'll hold those.
Yeah, it's the first time we've gotten back over yesterday's high since about 11 o'clock. An hour. It's been an hour. It's taken a while, but now we're back over yesterday's high. Let's see if we can go take out today's high.
So that's at 597.95, which is pretty much 598. So
And I'm in the Q,
I
so
break.
for QQQ, that's 599.60, 529.66.
Okay, cool. A break and hold over that 597.95. SPY should go to 600. I don't know if it happens today, but that's the next level I have up there.
is that
Could
what
be
your
that.
crystal ball says? Is that the crystal
No,
ball?
no. That's my fib level.
Okay, I'm just joking, man.
Well, I'm about to say
I
there's no
mean,
crystal ball there. That's a if this happens, this will happen, or if this
Yeah,
happens,
yeah,
this should happen. Because he actually said
yep,
should go to
is
600.
it technical? Is that I get that.
yep.
Hood is down, man. What's going on with Hood?
I mean, it had a nice run, so it makes sense, Pulling back a little, you gotta breathe a little.
Yeah, it should hit 80 if it gets included in S&P though on Friday, I think for sure.
Shit. Like Big Kev said, this should hit 100 if it gets included.
Yeah,
I
right. I
mean,
was just about to say or higher when he said 80.
yeah. Yeah. My next level on Hood to the downside is 70. So if it comes down there and bounces, then that's an entry for you right there, 70.
I'm
If
back in the
not, then
QQQ 530 calls.
yes, sir. Hold on, let me see
Zero.
something. Spy. Okay.
Come on, let's see if we can get this push. I like this setup. We can at least go test high a day. I got a MACD crossover to the upside on the 15. I'm starting to like it. Let's see if we can get a push. Let's just at least test high a day.
Dan Ives launched an AI focused ETF today. Ticker is IVES.
I like it. He put his name on it. He put his name
Man,
on it.
he is no joke. It has Google, Amazon, NVIDIA, Palantir, Snowflake, Apple, Meta, PanW, AMD, and Micron, to name a
Sounds
few.
like Spy and QQQ
Yeah.
minus the banks. I'm waiting for that pew pew ticker change. Shout out Butters.
S&P 500 and the markets as a whole are probably going to get a continuation trend into end of day. So one of the reasons I think that is simply, let's look at the SPX. So obviously we've had a little bit of choppy session, nice consolidation in terms of 15-minute chart. I think the SPX, S&P, Qs are probably going to continue to push here, and we're probably going to get a short covering rally. That's what I think is probably set for the end of the day. So one of the reasons I think we're going to get a potential short covering rally into the end of the day, nice setting up a potential nice power hour, maybe a 0 DTE play. I'm waiting for power hour. I think we're going to get that short covering rally because the markets are trying to confirm the breakout on the daily chart. So a lot of shorts that have their stop losses put above that May 19th high pivot on SPX and SPY, if we start closing near the end of the day upwards of that high and above that high and above yesterday's high, that shapes up for a lot of stop losses to be triggered in the markets, and that's going to be a whole bunch of extra liquidity that likely will hit the tape. So I'm waiting for power hour. It's now 1:30. We do have the beige book coming out at 2 o'clock. Adding extra fuel to the fire, we obviously have yields just completely caving in. So 10-year yield down 2.2%. This sets up for a massive surge in my opinion. Typically we have seen the continuation of yields down, markets up. I do still think we're in that regime. Obviously we will eventually change that, but as of now, markets are maintaining bullish structure in my opinion. We created yet again another higher low. So we look on this 15-minute chart of the S&P here, SPY. Here's your low, and today's dip maintains a higher low structure. So now what the market wants to do is push for another higher high. So let's see if we can continue to grind higher. I remain net long, bullish. We just have to continue to watch the tape. Apple's trying to bounce back here. SMCI taking a bit of a breather. NVDA is still taking a breather. Despite there's quite a bit of red on the screen, it's not really a bad day. Beautiful move back up to the high side on ticker AI. I know a couple people caught that, so wonderful, wonderful job. Just going to quickly take a peek at the sectors. on the daily chart of the 7 and 20, a clinical bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 on the daily chart of XLV. So with XLV holding quite a large weighting in the overall basket, we just want to respect that. That is now means that the markets are going to get participation from yet again another heavily weighted basket, and we should see names like Merck. I would highly implore you to take a look at some of those XLV stocks. UNH will probably catch a bit of a bid as well. Let's just scroll through some of these names. So you have UNH, you have J&J, Merck also trying to form a bullish crossover, Eli Lilly trying to firm up, Pfizer trying to firm up, AbbVie, Thermo Fisher, ticker TMO, DHR, Bristol Myers Squibb, BMY. You have a lot of bullish healthcare stocks, guys. A lot of bullish healthcare stocks. CVS is about to do a bullish crossover. Medtronic, MPT about to do a bullish crossover. Regeneron's still lagging immensely, but this one's actually looking like a potential bottom picking stock here. Nice divergences on multiple time frames. So all I'm saying is you've had a lag in a very sector that has been lagging immensely. Weighting in the overall S&P 500. Eli Lilly is weighted 12.25%, ticker LLY. Ticker J&J weighted 7.7% in XLV. ABBV weighted 6.85. UNH weighted 5.74. ABT weighted 4.80. ISRG weighted 4.08. Amgen, AMGN, Merck heavy weighting. So again, XLV is going to start perking up here, guys, and that's going to help push this market to the next level, in my opinion. So keep your eye on healthcare stocks. They are probably going to be the next leg up and major push. And if we look at the weightings as a whole, all of the, let me just see here, funds. The S&P 500, massive surge to the upside. This is probably going to be a little bit of a breakout zone. Watch a lot of these healthcare names. They ran up over the last 4 or 5 days. Any sort of bullish consolidation, I think, gives us a long variety of these tickers. Alright guys, I'll see you in a bit. There you have it, guys. SPY trying to break out here. Pushing for, yet again, another high of day. And this is where the shorts are going to get really, really nervous. They're going to start to think about covering that May 19th high pivot zone. And then we're going to really squeeze, I think, here into the end of the day. So I'm just the way the 15-minute chart is shaping up, that higher low and then the trend, I'm looking at some 0 DTE plays to the upside. I really think we're probably going to get a substantial push higher. We're still holding Tesla at 333.26. NVIDIA's trying to firm up. Apple's back to the green side. And like I said, healthcare stocks are going to start taking some leadership here and really, really pushing. Seeing if we can get through this little high pivot zone on the S&P. One could argue we've actually triggered a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders on SPY. I'm going to buy the back test here. So we have triggered a 1-minute inverse head and shoulders on SPY. Upside target again, about 599 and change. So I'm going to look at the 0 DTE play. I'm hoping we get a pullback into 597.50, 597.53, and then I'm going to go long a 0 DTE, small size, but something that I think we can trend into the end of the day. Let's see what, oh, SPY doesn't want to give us any sort of a pullback. This might be the freight train to the upside. Let's see what's happening here. So there might be one little spike on volume through the high of day pivot where shorts cover. That could be a liquidity sweep. I'm hoping after that little high volume spike on the 1-minute chart or 3-minute chart of SPY, we get a small pullback. That might be the entry long, but we are looking very, very bullish here in the overall S&P 500 market. We have triggered that head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders pattern. Apple's starting to firm up. Remember, that was the leader earlier on. June 4th, let's see, 599 0 DTEs. Where are those priced at? $0.21. 21 cents, eh? $0.20. All right, guys, get ready to, or I'm going to be getting ready to enter into a 0 DTE play. 599 0 DTE call option on SPY. I'm going to be entering very shortly here. Pull back into that 597.50 zone gets me very intrigued. Even right here is intriguing. All right, guys, I just got filled. 599 0 DTE SPY call. 599 0 DTE SPY call. High risk. I'm only taking one entry. Sizing it for loss. Got filled at 16 cents. 599 0 DTE call. Filled at 16 cents. SPY is even dipping, trying to dip and break that little trend line. That is the back test of the inverse head and shoulders neckline on the 1 minute chart of SPY. It might be a little bit early, but we'll see. We're seeing the markets come down just a touch here. We can potentially back test this previous pivot high. Let's just wait and see. All right, we're getting a small bounce. Small bounce. Let's see if we can push for high of day. So one of the factors, technical factors, why I think we're also going to push, just looking at the chart, we got the 5-minute bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average just back here. If you expand it out to the 15-minute chart, you also got a bullish crossover signal of the 7 and 20 on your previous 15-minute candle. And ultimately, you're still in an hourly chart uptrend, higher lows. Let's see if we can get shorts to start covering here, since we're approaching that end of the day, trying to make yet again another higher daily close. And the market is very constructive right now. It's in a nice little soft, quiet melt up. It's not rallying, 2 or 3% in the session. 0.5% here, 0.5% there is quite nice. It's very healthy. It means it's a sustainable uptrend. Come on, Tesla. Apple, they need to firm up. SPY is dipping slightly. Nice little push here on SPY. Let's see if we can get some follow through. Nice little consolidation over the last 15 minutes. Come on, it's not even power hour yet. We need a little bit more though. We need a little bit more. market just does not seem ready to break out quite yet. We are seeing Tesla catching a bit as the market's going down. The reason the market's seeing a little bit of sell side pressure is you have Apple really curling to the downside, but then simultaneously NVIDIA is starting to perk up and push to the upside. So let's see if we can get a little bit more broad participation from the rest of the mega caps to start lifting things here, but Apple certainly struggling in the afternoon back half of the session. So those SPY calls probably aren't working out right now. We still got time left on the clock. We are down. That's why they're sized for loss. The move maybe want to wait. The upside move might only happen in power hour. Amazon's curling up, breaking to the high side. Meta's still curling up, looking to go for a new high of day. Google at the moment is really just putting in a potential little bull flag on the 5-minute chart. AMD, a little bit of consolidation. SMCI is consolidating right under its prior week high. If it can get through its prior week high, then we're targeting 44.72, which is your weekly high pivot. Microsoft at the moment also going through a bit of consolidation, but it is consolidating above its prior day high at 464.14, so that is still technically a bullish sign. I do like the fact that Tesla's starting to move up. Yes, Anonymous saying yields are down 2%. Absolutely, yields are down 2%. And this is something we've been touching base on. We've even put in a video on our YouTube. When was it? A few days ago, touching base on yields. I think I discussed it in last night's little bit of a market session wrap up. So the 10-year yield, right? We're seeing a bearish breakdown for a couple reasons. We're seeing that bearish crossover of the 7 and 20. You're breaking down from this upsloping trend line. So a couple different multi-factors. You had that false breakout on the 10-year yield, which is one of the reasons why I think that we're still going higher in the stock market. Algorithms and stocks love falling yields. Falling yields right now are happening for a couple reasons. There's obviously the weak ADP number that came out this morning from a fundamental picture, but stocks can still rally in this environment. It's what we need to really watch is the spread between the 10 and the 2. We need to make sure that that doesn't blow the door open. Right now, the 10-year yield's trading at 4.369, 2-year yield's trading at 3.879, so still in a realm where the spread between those two differentials are still okay. But SPY just stuck in a consolidative sideways range, and this is very healthy for the market. This is very healthy for the market. This type of consolidation right below that previous day high, or sorry, the previous high pivot from this morning is pretty healthy. Pretty healthy. I shouldn't say this morning. The high pivot was made in the afternoon around 1:30. Come on, Tesla. We're still waiting for Tesla to push here. Still long. 2/3 position, 330, 326. So we're still holding that trade. He's liquidated on me. CoreWeave is wicked, squeezing. Let's take a peek at CoreWeave. I guess those SPY 0 DTEs are not performing too well. Oh, actually, you know what? CoreWeave, I think we can potentially get a short off of this name. I'm gonna look at some options contracts. Yeah, that is squeezing to the upside for sure. All right, guys, I'm gonna look at a 150 put on CoreWeave. 150 put on CoreWeave. Just give me a second here. I'm seeing how much time I want to give myself. Jeez, these things are juiced. Why are they so expensive, these premiums? Wow. Look at this CoreWeave chart. It's absolutely insane. Straight vertical. These contracts are quite expensive on CoreWeave. Wow. That's a premium. June 20th. June 20th, this is high risk. June 20th, 150 put on CoreWeave. That thing is a beast, though. So we're playing a bit of core weave on the downside. Still holding our Tesla long, so we just entered some swings on core weave. Our SPY calls might be cooked unless we get some sort of a drastic move here in power hour within the next 15 to 30 minutes. But those 599 calls, 0 DTs or size for loss, they're not going to work out. Nevertheless, the market is still holding bullish structure, even though on the smaller term time frames we are losing a little bit of momentum here. You can see on the SPY 5-minute chart, we're now testing this upsloping parallel channel yet again. We pierced it over here, so we could pierce it again. I like the fact that Tesla's remaining firm off of our long level. It just can't seem to get above this little 335 zone, but once it does, it's going to start to squeeze to the upside, so I still remain exceptionally bullish on Tesla. Apple, a little weak right now. NVIDIA's firmed up yet again. We're seeing the IWM trying to bounce. Right now, the Qs are the strongest indice, and the Qs are looking to break out to pretty much the highs of the session very shortly here. there's any tickers you guys want to look at, feel free to put them in the chat box. I'm just going to run through some charts here. It's trying to firm up here and hold some positive gains. It is trying to approach that similar downsloping trend line. Potential daily hanging man candle. We'll see if that one changes at all, but nevertheless a solid intraday chart. Surprised Bitcoin's struggling so much despite the Dixie week on the session. Carvana just going absolutely parabolic here. Gold is seeing some slight gains today, up about 0.68%. Costco slightly negative, down by $3 on the session. Merck doing extremely well. I still think healthcare stocks are going to be set to outperform very shortly. A nice strong bounce on AI. ICLR, again, that's a strong name that we are long. Netflix is just a powerhouse. I have a short level on Netflix around 1260. Again, CoreWeave still maintaining massive bullish flow. Extremely overbought. Snowflake's just had a one-way freight train to the upside as well. Still a very strong ticker. I would like to see it pull back into the 20 moving average. That would be a beautiful potential buy. UNH struggling just a touch here. Hershey getting a bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 moving average. Still like block XYZ, that's still one of my favorite setups. First target 67, target 2 71, target 3 76. Apple, I'm still bullish on Apple despite a lot of negative headlines about where are they going. Trump doesn't want them to build iPhones in India. India's never gonna agree to basically let them go. India's never gonna sign a trade deal if Trump wants Apple out of India. Yeah, I am short Netflix already, Bart. I am. It's just a swing position, starter position. Common shares, so we got plenty of time. I'm short off the 1185 level, starter position. And that's okay, I mean, it's going slightly against me. I still think Netflix will retest basically around 1,050, 1,060. It's just my next add to Netflix is around 1255, 1260, depending on when it hits this upsloping trend line. So Netflix is one of the strongest stocks in. Yes, it's an ad. It's an ad. But it's a strong stock, tough one to short. You got a lot of negative divergence happening on the daily, on the weekly chart, intraday 4 hours, so it's getting a little long in the tooth. It's getting there. So I think the big talking point is the breakdown in yields, right? You look at the 2-year yield, bearish cross of the 7 and 20. You look at the 10-year yield, bearish cross of the 7 and 20, breaking down from a wedge pattern. Daily chart breakdown, very bearish on yields. Microsoft is also a little long in the tooth, so I'm expecting maybe Microsoft to go through some consolidation, and that maybe if Microsoft goes through a bit of consolidation, Apple will start to capture some of that distribution and liquidity. But Microsoft still, if you look at this weekly chart on MSFT, there's a nice little trend line of resistance that takes Microsoft basically to pretty much a little bit of a double top, a pierce of the double top, all-time high. but still a very strong chart, just grinding above the 7-day moving average. Very strong. I'm still tactfully bullish on NVIDIA. Nothing's really changed for me. NVIDIA's got that weekly bullish cross of the 7-week and 20-week moving average. It's had a nice dip off of earnings. You trapped all of that theta and bullish call flow. That has now been wiped out. And I think NVIDIA is probably heading to 169 by year end. Near-term target will obviously be that double top 153, and then that earnings pre-market high was just above 144. Tesla, I love Tesla here. This is realistically the first dip into the 20-day moving average on Tesla's chart. I know it looks somewhat bearish intraday on some smaller time frames, but typically a very high probability trade. When a stock breaks out a little bit of basing formation and it gets that first initial daily bullish cross of the 7 and 20, Tesla's been riding it up all the way from this 225 zone to about 360, 370. This is the first pullback testing the daily 20 moving average. There should be some support here, quite a decent amount. Amazon looks very, very bullish itself. Nice little inverse head and shoulders trying to break out, but it just hasn't done that officially yet. Meta's just screaming higher, definitely confirming the daily chart breakout on Meta. Meta's looking like it's going to go back to the all-time highs, and we'll just have to see how fast it gets there, what type of pattern. I'd love to see a flag pattern form off of Meta's daily. Google's another one that's been a little bit underwhelming, underperforming the broad market, underperforming the S&P and the Qs in a pretty big way. But very similar to Tesla, Google's been putting in this bit of a basing formation. It hasn't had an epic move, that of what Tesla had, but nevertheless, this is your first real dip back into the 20-day moving average. You haven't officially pierced it, so maybe one more small dip on Google gives you a little bit more of a buy signal, but certainly in and around this zone, I could see Google having a continuation move higher. AMD is a very, very strong chart, so we're still seeing semiconductors lead the overall market right now, and AMD is one that's probably going to break out to new highs. You have a 3-bar surge on the daily. It's a little bit slightly extended intraday, but definitely the daily chart looks constructive to move higher. SMCI, this is a golden chart. This is one that JP pointed out. I think a few of us are already in it. We took a stab on the swing position today, but this chart, I mean, I'm writing $47 calls, but I think we're heading much higher than 47. There's a big liquidity volume gap around 51, but just based off of this bullish flag structure here on SMCI, potential 55, that's without any sort of overshoot. All right. The SOXX, take a look at the relative strength in the SOXX. So let me just erase some of these key support zones. Clean up the chart a little bit. The SOXX is triggering its bull flag pattern breakout. This is one of the most bullish charts for a couple reasons. Look at this beautiful weekly bullish crossover of the 7 and the 20. That's an epic buy signal if you're a long-term investor. And that's kind of your stop loss if you start to lose those key moving averages. But you're into a resistance trend line here, or resistance channel connecting from your all-time high pivots. So again, any sort of a move through here, there will be sellers, but I think we have built constructive of enough base to push higher, especially with NVIDIA earnings holding that gap up, pretty much that pre-earnings gap up. That was a very, very bullish signal that NVIDIA was able to recover above that. Bitcoin, not so much. Bitcoin is right now 50-50 on a knife edge. We could get a breakout over the wedge and push to about 115, or we could get a breakdown and fall to about, I would say, well, there's a couple targets, but your first one would be 93 and then potentially about 76, 77,000. Bitcoin could be putting in a head and shoulders pattern I say could be because it hasn't triggered. You do have that bearish cross of the 7 and 20, so keep that in mind. If you get a daily close back above those key moving averages, then Bitcoin likely is going to press higher. As long as you remain below that, it swings the probabilities in favor for more sell side pressure. Today you are seeing a lot of weakness in coin and MSTR. Interesting to see MARA leading and still green on the session. That's quite interesting. Let's take a look at ARM, ARM. That one's struggling as well. Paul, sorry, Paul, I missed that. You're looking at Oklo retrace to VWAP. Let's take a look at that. Daily chart, massive pullback. I think Oklo on the daily chart is probably heading to your 20 MA. That would be your first big test of a moving average since this massive run up. Intraday, though, I know you're looking at it. Yeah, it has found a decent amount of support, retesting VWAP. You got the bullish crossover right over here of that 7 and 20. Nice little back test of the 20. You should head a little bit higher here intraday. And this is where I still think the markets could get a bit of a squeeze into the end of the session. You're forming quite a nice little 5-minute potential inverse head and shoulders. I thought we were breaking out early, but we just needed a little bit more time. All right, let's keep scrolling through. And again, if there's any other tickers, let me know. Interesting to see regional banks struggling today despite the interest rates. Very interesting. Lululemon, that's a strong chart. That's breaking out of a bull flag pattern. A nice little inverse head and shoulders. This one's probably going to be going higher. You look at that weekly chart setup, you're going to get that bullish crossover. I think this one's probably a buy. It's going to keep trending higher as long as the market remains firm. That's definitely a little technical breakout on Lulu. Any retest back to this trend line called 325. I'd keep that on watch. I'd consider taking a stab there. Buys trickling down. Canopy growth seeing some accumulation today, up 9%. Nothing I like there though. WTI crude is at an interesting level too. This one could break out. You did get that bullish cross. I like crude oil. I like energy. I think there's a bit of momentum there to play. I'm actually looking at RIG, guys. Ticker RIG. This is a high beta oil play. A high beta oil play. I'm actually going to pick up some common shares here. Let me just see what the premiums are on the options. I see your Adobe, Sarfraz. I'll take a peek in a second. July 3rd strike. I wonder if we can fill that gap. What type of a move is that? From this zone, 10%, 20%, 25% move in rig. It's about a 5-to-1 beta in oil. So oil would need to move up about 5%. Oh yeah, that could do it. That's where I think oil is probably retesting to 65.90. Okay, Guys, I do like rig. I'm gonna probably take a position here very shortly in ticker RIG. I'm looking at July 3rd strike, probably around, conservatively around through, they're in the 50 cents every strike. Okay, so either $3 or $3.50 or $4. Let's see. Probably $3 calls are safe. 350 is aggressive, but into that gap. Let's see here. Just working on this rig here. I like energy. I think we're gonna go higher. I could just play it safe with some common shares. Thanks, Paul. Enjoy the rest of your day. Paul, July 3rd. Share price, wow, big movement in SPY. SPY is trying to spike higher, but huge top wick there. We got some volume coming back into SPY. But Adobe's daily chart, yeah, surfers, that looks primed and ready to go. That was your back test of the 20-day. This thing is going to fly into that gap. Yep, that's a strong chart. I'd be curious, are you in a position already, surfers? Are you in any calls, commons? That gap fills around 438.20-ish, give or take. But that's a strong chart. That should break out to the upside. There's so many of these setups in the market. These charts that look like Adobe. These bull flags, inverse head and shoulders. So many of these charts. That's wild. You're in common shares? Nice. Did you buy this recent pullback or did you get in from the much lower base? Yeah, you're about to get a bullish crossover on the weekly chart of the 7 and 20. So daily chart extremely bullish, weekly chart extremely bullish. Yeah, it's a nice setup. Boeing is just a high flyer. That thing's just been crazy. So you bought that 20-day moving average dip, most likely. Good entry, good entry. Where's Boeing heading to? Where are we flying to? Boeing's running into some resistance. You're retracing a 618 Fibonacci retrace zone. So Boeing needs a little bit of consolidation here. I would not go long. Still a tough name to short, but I would not go long here. I'd wait for a pullback into, say, the 200 zone again. That 20 MA probably could be bought. Oh my goodness, Mullen is up 300%. What the heck happened to Mullen? Ticker MULN up 300%. This thing's usually dog crap. But not today. Jeez. FSL. Oh, I forgot about solar stocks. You like those solar stocks. That's actually a really good pullback. Yep. That's a clinical pullback on FSLR. Look at that bullish daily reversal candle. Wow. A nice engulfing candle. FSLR is actually one that's probably going to at least fill that gap, 179, and probably retest 200. Nice spot there, Surfers. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. This is probably one of the most bullish I've been in the markets. There's just so many clinical setups out there. Yeah, I'm gonna look for an entry into FSLR. That name is piquing my interest for sure. I just haven't decided if I'm gonna play options. Probably gonna play some options on FSLR. Because that's a strong looking chart. That's for sure. What are we? June 4th. It's the end of quarter 2 at the end of the month. So I expect a lot of people will be chasing this market higher. So this next month of stock market price action is probably going to be very bullish as people chase. But realistically, I mean, you got a weekly crossover on FSLR. It is trying to break trend. Back testing. Wow, look at that key moving average on the weekly chart. Pivot high to pivot high. You got a defined risk with that daily reversal, bullish reversal candle. This ticker could start to fly. What are we looking at? Let's see what 200 calls look like. It's a bit aggressive, but we'll see. We are 190s? Yeah, we can get 190s. September 190 calls. Let's see what those are priced at. 1110 bid, 1145 ask. The spread is decent. All right, let's see August. Let's just see how wide this consolidation zone is. SPY's trying to creep up here. SPY is trying to creep up. So that's 35 days. That's a month of price action. That would take us well past July. Thinking about August 15th, 190 calls in FSLR. Really intrigued about those. So I do like that chart. Let's look at its counterparty end face. Yeah, that's trying to break out of a falling wedge pattern as well. Not as bullish of a chart as FSLR, but definitely trying. And a little bit oversold. NSRN, that's been flying. Texas Instrument, very bullish. Intel, trying to recapture a little bit of this bearish breakdown. DDOG, Datadog, that's bullish. JP Morgan, SNPS, Monster. I'm gonna look at some of these healthcare charts. Let's start from the lower weighting ones, because it's been underperforming SPY, and I do think that you're getting some basing formation breakout signals across a lot of these healthcare stocks. SPY's trying to firm up here. Tesla, we're still long Tesla off the 333.26. Really, it's been stuck in a holding pattern all day. Ticker DGX. Looks interesting. Looks like it's trying to have a bullish continuation move to the upside. SPY's still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Just going through some healthcare stocks because I do think that there's a potential opportunity in a lot of these names. I'm already holding some long exposure through a couple different companies. MRK is one. I'm looking to gain some additional exposure in XLV as I'm seeing a lot of bullish momentum, underperformance. IC, Henry Sheen, medical distributor. Volume's a little thin. Well, average volume 30 volume is 1.6 million shares. Market cap's 8.6 billion. This chart is actually looking poised for a nice continuation move higher. You've backtested the breakout trend line. You've had your bullish cross. You've dipped below the 20-day moving average. You're backtesting the weekly 7, which is in an uptrend trying to push higher. Could be a good long-term entry position right here. Let's keep scrolling. I'm going to keep that one on watch. I'm going to make a note of HSIC. HSIC might be one that we can take with some call options and common shares as a swing trade. So I'm just writing this ticker down as I do like healthcare. It's not a name that a lot of people trade and know, but typically those are sometimes some of the best ones to get into. HSIC, Henry Sheen, medical distributor stock. All right, let's keep going through this healthcare sector. Waters Corporation, ticker WAT, also looking quite bullish. Nice little bullish crossover on the daily forming. I'd like to see a retest. We've recaptured that upsloping trend line. That's tactfully bullish. The volume's a little bit too thin for me. 506,000 average volume. 21 billion market cap. Market cap's there though. Zimmer Biomet. A little bit of a positive divergence. I think one more dip in that name and Zimmer ZBH should be ready for a long. One more little dip in that name. X-Ray, ticker XRAY. Average volume 3.04 million, 3.22 billion market cap. What are we doing here? Yeah, this will be a very bullish setup. A lot of consolidation on the daily. Quite a bit. Keep that name on watch. SPY's just hugging this parallel channel. Just does not want to firm up just yet. But I think we're getting ready for a momentum push. I don't think we're going to stay range bound here on SPY. We're either going to dump back down to 590, 550, or we're going to push for a late day surge in the market. I'd be quite shocked if we just keep floating and staying here. Nice little daily chart breakout on ticker CRL, Charles Rivers Laboratory, 7 billion market cap, average volume 1.32 million. This is shaping up for a nice little continuation move higher. A clinical breakout, bullish crossover of the key moving averages. Weekly chart is probably displaying the same thing or just about to. It's also, I think this name could easily push back up to about 180, 188. You're triggering a nice little inverse head and shoulders on ticker CRL. It's got quite a bit of upside momentum. If we can clear this, what is it, 147.50 pivot, you're going to have a nice little surge. All right, there's the breakdown in SPY. So SPY is actually dumping short term here. On the 5-minute chart, we are seeing a bit of sell side pressure. SPY is currently losing that prior day high. But you can see you're just simply backtesting this key little trend. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I'll update you if things progress. Sell side pressure, I haven't observed where it's coming from, but most likely NVIDIA or Apple. Let's see, not NVIDIA. Not really Apple either. Microsoft was the reason for that big dip there on SPY. So Microsoft dipping. We'll continue to look for some swing trades here. It's gone. Ticker STE, very bullish, holding a weekly chart inside bar bull flag. This is your first back test on ticker STE on the daily chart since you broke out of this inverse head and shoulders pattern. It's your first back test of the 20-day moving average. This is a very bullish setup in this name. Very bullish setup. You have a nice little defined risk here. Any sort of a close back below inside this pivot high, you could use as a stop loss. Looks like you're creating a nice little bullish daily chart pattern here to probably go higher. Ticker STE. Tech, ticker TECH. Anonymous saying AXON, Axon, and Netflix are just beasts. I've gotten destroyed so many times shorting them. Yeah, they are certainly crazy, crazy stocks, right? I've actually never shorted AXON, but certainly I have shorted Netflix, and it's magnificently strong. So Axon, I mean, it can go a little bit more. But you have to remember, you are getting extended here. Nice little bearish divergence on the weekly chart forming. But the problem is our market loves to chase these stocks higher. Loves to chase these stocks higher, right? Netflix is certainly also one of those powerhouse names. I have a long-term resistance on Netflix trendline here, going back to 2024, multi-week of upside. Definitely long in the tooth. I would say I would definitely not be chasing it here. The risk to reward, maybe for another 3 to 5% of upside on Netflix, I expect about a 10 to 15% downward draft profit taking, but definitely very, very strong. You're saying Axon's showing a megaphone pattern. Let's look at Axon. Yeah, it is. That's very key. This is the megaphone pattern. We've actually broken out of it, right? So you're technically creating a little bit of a even higher and more dangerous megaphone pattern, but I see that, and anyone that doesn't really know, megaphone patterns statistically are bearish. But at this point, it's one of the most bullish stocks in the stock market. Look at that thing. That's crazy, that thing. I'll keep it on watch for a short. Let me look at the monthly chart. See, also a negative divergence on the monthly chart. Yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. I mean, here's the thing though, right? A lot of people like this aerospace. So it's aerospace and defense, right? $60 billion market cap. Bank of America has raised the price target for AXON to $8.95 per share from the previous target of $7.50. Was that just today? So typically when you start getting those upgrades again, yeah, that was 6 hours ago. Maintained by BOA. Okay. Interesting. I would say if you're shorting AXON, I'd give yourself plenty of time on the clock if you're in options. I would prefer common shares though. Let's see if there is a 10% pullback range into this previous pivot. I would say it's probably going to try to do a peekaboo liquidity sweep of 800. Yeah, Axon, I would consider it at 800 for a short with common shares. 800 Pierce, nice whole psychological number. And then what that 800 level does, right? So if we would bring this up to 800, a typical short swing trade, you want to look for at least a 10% move down, or at least that's what I look for. If I'm shorting something via swing trade, I'm looking for a 10% profit move. Obviously, it doesn't happen all the time. Sometimes it's a lot more. But if we hit 800 and have a 10% decline, it takes us right back into that previous pivot high from February. So I like it. SPY still struggling here, but definitely holding support. LabCorp Holdings, ticker LH, has broken out of its bull flag pattern. It's probably going to set up for a 3-bar surge on the daily right into this pivot high. So I do think that there's an interesting setup here tomorrow. This is probably going to surge by the end of the week right into this previous pivot high. Nice technical breakout on the daily chart. Very strong. West Pharmaceuticals, ticker WST. It's a semi-interesting chart. "12 minutes left in the tape and you're seeing SPY under a bit of pressure. Ticker WST is trying to get a bullish crossover on the daily chart. Looks fairly decent for a long scalp. And your defined stop loss would probably be around 206 to close below there. IQV having a nice little attempt at a bullish base breakout. ALGN, a line. Also another one that's forming a potential daily chart. 7 and 20 MA crossover, bullish crossover. I think there are some better setups out there. Wow, look at this. IDEX Laboratories, IDXX, just a monster. I wouldn't chase that one. Alright, we're looking at Dexcom DXCM. Yeah, a nice little tight range. Look at that multi-week tight range of consolidation. Once healthcare gets a bid, that should break out to the upside. Let's look at Moderna, mRNA. I don't like Moderna, even though it is part of the healthcare complex and it's trying to peak up. I just don't like Moderna. No trade there for me. BSX, Boston Scientific Corporation. That's looking a little bit more bearish. A daily chart crossover of the 7 and 20. If you lose 101.94, you might be targeting that 95 gap. So there could be a pairs trade, long healthcare stock, short BSX. But I'll wait on there. Not my cleanest setup. HCA, very tight bull flag pattern. I think if you dip into that 20-day, you should get a little bit of buyers stepping in to defend price. The S&P is breaking down slightly here. So SPY is breaking down slightly, testing 596.27. Is SPY looking to make its first lower low and break those pivots around 595.80-ish? We shall see. We got 10 minutes left in the tape. Ticker Stryker Corporation, SYK. That looks extremely bullish, like it's going to probably head higher. Alright, this is another bullish name. Ticker ZTS. I would actually consider it a long if we dip into that 20-day moving average. So call it a 165. If it dips into 165, that's a nice little pickup there on some common shares. ISRG, very bullish chart, looking like it's going to press higher. McKesson, MCK, going through a little bit of distribution, still holding the 20. If you lose the 20, you have a little bit of an upsloping support trend line. It'll put you around 690, maybe 700. Cigna Group, ticker CI, fairly bearish. This one's probably going down to at least 300 bucks, maybe lower. All right, SPY breaking down here just a touch. CoreWeave is seeing a little bit of a sell side pressure from the highs. So ticker CRWV has pulled back from the highs already about almost 4%. So we're seeing potentially, maybe if we get a quick dip, a 4-hour topping tail that could close inside of a 4-hour hanging man candle. I would love to see CoreWeave fall, as members know what we just entered. So CoreWeave printed that daily hanging man candle on the 4-hour chart, and it is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. One of the most extended names in the market. Bearish divergence on the daily. Still a strong stock though. Alright. right, Vertex Pharmaceuticals, ticker VRTX. Nice little bullish crossover of the 7 and 20. You're into a little bit of resistance here, which is why it needs some consolidation. You're into this pivot low, this pivot here. So once it can clear 448, then there's two targets, 467, and you're into that gap window, which puts us around 500 bucks. This is a name that could easily participate in a healthcare rally. Ticker VRTX. It's considered a blue chip of the healthcare stocks. Humana, ticker HUM. I love trading Humana. I've actually traded it very successfully in my career. But I'm looking for one more dip lower. One more dip lower on Humana. It's not quite ready yet. BDX. Same thing, not quite ready for a long. I would say if we make another new low on BDX, then I'd consider it. Amgen, ticker AMGN. Yeah, this one has some momentum behind it. Nice bullish crossover. Okay, so this is one that how I would trade it is if we dip back into 280, your previous little gap here, your volume liquidity gap, so around 280, that would be a buy. If Amgen dips there in the next few days, at that point you might just get the daily 20 moving average floating right up into that gap. That would be the retest. That would be a clinical retest. You'd have a two-factor signal there, nice dip back into the 20, volume liquidity gap, probably a 50% retrace. I like Amgen around 280 on a dip. We'll keep that on watch. Ticker Regeneron, REGN, getting close, extremely oversold. Positive divergence, but it looks like it probably needs a little bit more time to build out this base, but that's a name that's been obliterated. Probably here for a long-term trade, you're golden, but if you're a stickler for price and a trader, I would say a little bit lower in price, and then we're probably setting up for a really extraordinary dead cat bounce. Wow, you're even into the 786 Fibonacci retrace from basically your COVID or your September 19th lows. Let's see if we run that fib from the all-time lows here. So yeah, I like Regeneron. If you run a Fibonacci retrace from Regeneron's lowest low, we're talking back in the early 2000s, to your high pivot, weekly chart level, I see a massive 618 Fibonacci level at 464. That would be an epic buy signal. Long-term investors would probably be accumulating in and around that spot. So 464, I'm writing that chart down. I'm not going to put an alert. So 464, maybe it pierced to that level, but for around 464, Regeneron looks like it's money. Final 3 minutes here, and SPY took a little bit of a dip, but that's okay. Ticker MDT looks fairly bullish. Inside bar bull flag forms, looking like a long as well. CVS is looking like a very constructive long. Nice little bullish crossover. As long as you hold those two MAs crossing over, that point of confluence, you should press higher. Ticker ELV. Maybe one more little dip on that ELV and then it's ready for a long. Gilead Sciences, ticker GILD. Same sort of scenario, dip into the 20, probably gets bought up. BMY, Bristol Myers Squibb. Potential inverse head and shoulders on the daily. Got the bullish 720 crossover. Back testing your 7. Yeah, this one could work out for a long trade. If you lose this, let's see. Yeah, I like this as long as if you back test this 45.90, that would be a nice little area. Holding this upsloping trend line, that'd be a good area to go long. So there's quite a lot of longs out here. DHR, Danner Corporation, that's trying to break out as well. Getting a nice crossover, bullish crossover. Thermo Fisher, trying to form a base here. That one's also looking potentially ready for a long. Ticker AbbVie, got the bullish crossover. That's looking ready to go higher. Pfizer, I don't like Pfizer, but it is trying to form a bit of a micro bull flag pattern to press higher. Not my favorite stock. Typically trades like dead money. Eli Lilly is one of the leaders in healthcare. This has taken a nice breather over recent sessions. You can see you're trading at the lower boundary range into this previous 2024 consolidation. This looks like it's going to press higher and probably lead healthcare. So again, pullbacks in this name off of this bullish cross. Eli Lilly should be a powerhouse, leading the charge up over 2% today. MRK, I love this one. MRK is one that you tuck it away for the long term, you're going to be golden. You already know I'm long MRK. Nevertheless, the market is closed, so we'll just have to wait for another trading session tomorrow. But a lot of positions were taken today via swing trades with members, so if you're not a part of my member alert service, check out my Twitter. We have a free Telegram link and service there where I issue out alerts via our day trade group. I also have a swing trading service that you can join as well. Thank you all for tuning into the live stream. We will be watching the markets and trading the markets tomorrow at the open. Today was a very successful day trade up until I took those late day 0DT spike calls, which again, very, very micro small position in comparison to what we trade in the morning. Nevertheless, a lot of action I think is to be expected over the next few days, and we'll see if some of the new swings start to perform. I didn't really run through to see if there's any earnings after the bell. You know, we got a few, MongoDB, ChargePoint. Those are some of the high-flying tickers, so we'll see how those open up to see if there's any sort of extra volatility. Let's just quickly look at MongoDB because I do like to trade that one. What is it? MDGB? MongoDB. Closed at 199, looking for a move into that gap. So MongoDB's chart looks very bullish. A clean inverse head and shoulders has formed. And if you break out on earnings, this could be setting up just like ticker AI did. Surprised I didn't see this chart before. But look at this inverse head and shoulders. You could get a very, very strong pop. That's a very, very similar setup to how AI popped on its earnings. So that one could be a long trade off of earnings. At least a continuation. Obviously, if it pops substantially, I would not chase it. Let's look at ChargePoint here, see if that's coming out. ChargePoint, really nothing yet. Low priced equity. High volume though. 409 market cap. Very risky to trade. High flyer though. Another one that's probably expecting a very large move up or down, but I hold no positions in these names. We'll just have to see. They're not really market moving stocks, but anyways, thank you all for tuning in. Definitely stay tuned for tomorrow's live stream because we should have a little bit more action as the markets went through a bit of a consolidated phase. In my opinion, it looked like we were going to be breaking out, but equities closed slightly negative, Qs closed slightly green. Some strength, some pockets of strength in some individual names. I think it was a much better day to trade individual names. And I'm obviously swinging Tesla overnight to see where that position goes. So it's a 2/3. We still have room to add to Tesla in the event that it does go lower. On that note, take care, everybody, and we will see you on the charts a little bit later. Yep, JP saying SPY was red. Was that intentional? I think so, right? You know, it's just, you've had a nice little breakout. Look where SPY closed on the daily chart. Still holding above that previous May 19th pivot. So obviously we were getting bowled up, and I thought there was going to be a 3-bar surge continuation on the daily for SPY. Nevertheless, we didn't get it, but SPY still closed above that May 19th pivot. That's bullish. It didn't close above yesterday's close, but it still closed above that May 19th pivot. So I like SPY. I still think it's a constructive inside consolidation days. We don't want it to get too stretched and too far away from the major moving averages, because that's when you typically have these big corrections to the downside. Obviously, we're traders, so we naturally want to see these outlandish moves because it provides opportunity. But I'm net long right now with a lot of swings, and I'd prefer to see a slower grind higher because it would mean it's a little bit more sustainable. So SPY did close red though on this session, but if we look at the SOXX, semiconductor leadership, that had another daily high closing price, looking like it's breaking out of its bull flag structure. Same thing with the Qs. Look at the Qs pushing higher. Nice little push higher on the Qs. All right. Well, that's it for today's session, guys. We'll see you a little bit later tomorrow. Take care, everybody, and thanks for tuning in.